would help.
Yeah, there we go. Okay, so as we come back into the game, who could tell me what happened last time?
I kind of fell asleep, so I don't know.
My brain's kind of fucked because my sleep schedule's iffy, so I can only remember the end of it. So, somebody else want to go this time?
I've been sleeping badly the last few days. So,
What is it with everyone and sleeping badly?
Oh boy. Oh boy.
I
Atlas.
almost slept.
Atlas,
Save
I
us.
almost
save
slept
us.
the entire
Oh,
day
God.
yesterday, so
Have you been sleeping all right? Can you do this?
No, but I can try.
Yay! Because I can only remember the end of it.
Yeah, knocked up the fire.
See, we had the. Oh boy! Oh boy!
Oh boy.
No.
Yeah, no, I've been getting 2 hours of sleep for the past week. So I can remember the end.
That's not
With,
good. That's not what I remember.
Well, look at that. We're set up perfect to be friends.
Oh,
Fuck happened before Neural admitted to being a molester? That was such a hilarious and prevalent thing that everything else kind of faded to the background.
yeah. I think I think all I remember is doing some crafting before it, but I don't remember what everyone else did. I know that there was some. I know that Nero and Grunka were learning about the bones not running away. Grunka went to buy some snacky treats, I think, for Webby.
No. It was the ocarina.
Alright, I thought you were getting that and then you found the Ocarina place.
No, it was specifically that.
Nah, well, either way, Grunka now has
The
Tootie
fucker with the funny hat.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the foppish dandy. Grunka got a Tootie Toot, and to great effect. He's been playing pretty well with it. Fuck, what was Siren and Balthazar doing? I know they were doing something before the drinking. What was it, Atlas? You have to remember what your own character was doing.
You underestimate my power.
Okay, I'm just gonna say what I remember, and if anyone that says has anything different that I haven't mentioned, then we'll go from there. But what I remember is that I just mentioned, and then we all decided to meet up at sundown at the Laughing Seal for celebratory drinkage. So then we all got a free round because of the tournament fight thing. So we're just sitting there having a drink. Everyone
There
was
was
unusual.
okay. So I'll save you all here. There was
Please.
the introduction to Balthazar's trio of small imps.
Oh right, yes, of course.
Oh,
I
yes, that makes sense why I blocked that out.
I'm surprised I forgot that. Carry on.
Neril went to It was Calissa Ultorma, who turns out was Balthazar's nanny back in the day. So there was Tristy, Misty, and Calissa, Calissa even. Then spent a bit of time in the Decent Descent. Before everyone kind of went their separate ways, Vellum went ahead and did his blacksmithing thing for the two kind of horn ornaments.
No, it was just one. I think actually that's what it was. That was the other thing. I finished it.
Oh,
Gave
right.
it to Balthazar.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. I remember.
Neril also went
Is that
to
what you want
went to the librarian's tower to make sense of her newfound dreams. The mark on her forehead, what it means, turns out to be the mark of a certain sect of what are called blood hunters.
she's a mutant.
Specifically, it made mention of an offshoot of the Order of the Mutant. To what extent that means is unknown at the time, but that's what information she managed to gather. Let's see here. You also made your way to the fortress, where you encountered Captain Tenwin Drost in the flesh, who gave you all the evil eye. Well, you also overheard certain secret goings on behind closed doors about a
Something shadowy powers. Something.
a child
we
with
drag of her. Something.
Yeah, seemingly apparently a child with dark shadowy powers. That's kind of what was last seen in the citadel of Doonhollow. And apparently Sean is a member of the Ebony Enclave, who is working with another organisation called the Silencers. Let's see what else here. You then spoke to Captain Thorn, who informed you that Mayor Laissa Enton was out of the town for the next 2 weeks on a journey to on the journey to Kinston to peruse their heritage archives for any information on this Julius and this hang on, I've got the names. I guess this Julius and Nathania character that you fought. And what else? So between Siren and Balthazar, you did manage to persuade Captain Thorn to give you a positive recommendation to the mayor.
Right.
Then, as you all kind of finish your day's events, you all gather within the Laughing Seal Inn, where you, Vellum, met Ndala, and you all briefly had a conversation, where it was revealed that Neril did some less than
reputable things.
yes, less than reputable
Nero is a
things.
self-admitted molester.
Apparently,
a
yes.
a peeping Tom and a molester.
And you, Vellum, you fairly abruptly propositioned Ndala. But with Ndala's fairly straightforward personality, doesn't seem to doesn't like many doesn't like to beat around the bush, so to speak. She was pleasantly surprised and accepted your invitation to retire for the evening.
Well, I mean, it was more of an entire evening plan. Just drink, and then see where it goes. But
Get
yes.
drunk, plunder the booty, bury the treasure, and get the
See
fuck
where it
out.
goes, and it went somewhere. So yes. And also, Balthazar got a shiny new ornament with gold and platinum filigree.
So, Balthazar, I will for the effort. You didn't really cover much, but for the effort, I'll give you a D6 inspiration.
I was just about to say D4.
Yeah.
I'm
'Cause
sorry, I
I'm
didn't
being
remember
nice.
some stuff.
No worries.
Right.
I will.
It's
cover
honestly
if,
not it's not for lack of interest. Obviously,
Yeah.
it's just like I woke up at 6 p.m. a couple of days ago.
Yeah. No
And I
worries.
just woke up.
Okay, so we all come back to the Laughing Seal Inn, to where most of you have retired from last night. You'll find your respective rooms. Just mark off a gold for the lot of you for the night's rest here.
I think everyone bar Vellum and somebody else, I forget who, all went back to the decent descent.
Okay then. Well, that's fair.
Yeah, and I've already marked off the money for the room. In fact, I am flat broke now.
Ah, yeah, that's true. Okay, so
Fucking 3 cents to his name.
3 copper pennies.
Well, at least you ain't gonna get stabbed.
Yet.
Ugh.
So, because
Is it still
of-
the night or is it the next day?
It's the next day actually.
Oh, sweet.
So, well, actually,
Am I
it's-
hungover?
You
That's
are
the
you are
important question.
very hungover. All those
Oh,
drinks
dear.
last night, you spent most of the morning just asleep in bed, and it is now probably nearly midday. As you
didn't
come,
even get
you come
that
to
far.
you come to consciousness, kind of look over to where you expect Ndala to be. She's not there.
Surprising.
Although, instead, in her stead, you do find what looks like a single rose.
Oh. Never pegged her for the romantic type. I'm a pocket this.
There's quite a lot of
Basically,
you
thank
don't know.
last night.
Oh yeah. Still gonna sort of stow it away carefully and just go back to like groaning. I didn't even
Okay.
drink that much. I mean, I did a good roll. He didn't even get that drunk, but dear God, he drank a lot of it.
Hmm.
Well, he's gonna very slowly take his time getting sorted and dressed and leaving.
Okay.
I'm gonna, when I do head downstairs, I'm gonna remember his name. Don't tell me. Is it Bros?
Yes.
Yeah,
It's Bros.
I got it. Is Bros about?
Bros is about, yes.
You know, sort of make my way over, like it's quite not too loudly across the wooden planks because head's probably still pounding a little bit. Hey, Bros.
You look like shit.
Yeah. I don't know what you put in your drinks, but dear God, it works. Darla, how long ago did she leave?
2 hours ago.
Right, what time
Wait,
is it?
yeah. I won't inquire as to what happened last night, but a good score there.
What time is it? He's purposely avoiding the topic.
It's nearly midday.
God, I got so much work to do. Right, cheers. I'm off.
All right, come again.
And
You,
with that, he's gonna go ahead and try and make up the lost time on work. So I
Okay,
guess
then.
hand over to somebody else.
Yep. So, what are the rest of you guys doing? You all-
Whatever happened? Whatever
Sorry,
happened to Grunka? I kind of fell asleep.
Uh,
Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
You
Oh yeah,
all-
Grunka passed out because he drank like a massive swig and failed
yeah.
his check.
Grunk.
I
Remember, Siren convinced a guard to bring you back with us.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I don't remember. I like legitimately
Always.
fell asleep.
Is everything?
Yeah. She
everything.
sweet talked the guard to carrying you back.
Oh, okay.
Mhm.
I was
Hey.
kind of okay with him just being passed out under the table.
Is everything okay there, Avon?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah. Right. So yeah. You all come to in the decent descent. As consciousness comes to all of you. It's now it is now morning. You all did get quite drunk last night. Well, most of you, and those who didn't get quite so drunk, you come to at the crack of dawn, about 8 o'clock in the morning.
The only one not being drunk is
I
Sal.
think I might be up a little bit earlier
Oh yeah.
than 8 in the morning. 'Cause my nanny
to avoid the nannies.
Yep.
No, I'd try and sleep in, but they'd be
Oh,
like,
okay.
It's 5 in the morning, the sun's rising, up you go. And it's just like, oh,
God.
And so should you. Sorry,
Yeah.
carry on.
Siren, Siren, like she only had like 2 glasses of wine, so she's fine. So she's going to. Sorry if I just stepped on someone's toes. She was about to do something. She's going to get up, kind of roll away from Una, And she's going to, upon a revelation the night before, pull out one of those 2 books that she found in the caves of the cultists that she took. That had the room, or no, it was the dwarven.
That
The
was
tomb.
the Tomb of the Shamed King. Yes.
Yeah, she's gonna pull out one of those 2 books that she found in there while we were talking to that dwarf, and she's going to do some research. So she's
Okay.
probably going to be occupied most of the morning.
All right then. Research about what specifically?
Basically looking into it and trying to find out more about the cult and the god they worshipped. Like more kind of
Okay.
hold on, I have notes on-
Make an. This wouldn't be a history check since you've got you've got the book in front of you. It's just a matter of trying to find the information within it, kind of searching through the book to find anything relevant. So make an investigation check with advantage because of your background as a researcher.
Okay. Let's hope this actually is somewhat decent, because I only have a 1 in it. Nope.
I mean,
Totally average.
yeah,
I mean, that is.
the book you did find in the Tomb of the Shamed King. It is very, very large swathes of the pages have been blacked out with ink, like they've been censored.
Hmm.
Because I remember I did tell you that I've got the notes here. I'll sort of see if I can remind you here.
By the way, Godfrey was the name of that dwarf, and Janine was his wife. She lives in Kingston.
It wasn't a dwarf. It was an elderly human gentleman.
I don't know. I have Godfrey's the name of the dwarf in my notes. Janine was his love. Siren Balthazar intimidate the fuck out of Godfrey.
Yeah.
He lives in Kingston, Alfred District. Short blonde hair, blue eyes, wears a hood. Just a normal brown hood. Works as a baker. Dwarf is a tomb keeper. Helps the cultists use the tomb.
Right. Okay. 1 second.
Though I could, he could be an elderly human. I don't know.
Yeah.
Because I think at that point in time I was distracted by something else while everyone else was initially in the room. I'll just put dwarf/human.
Okay. So yeah, you kind of rereading through this book that you found. You kind of spend the best part of a few minutes kind of skimming through some of the pages. You can't. It looks some pages make reference to the name Voldis and something called the Infamous Apocryphon. And as you're kind of flipping through this book, certain pages kind of scroll through, say, by decree of the Chalice Ministry of Knowledge, the redistribution of this book or any information within is hereby forbidden. And again, you just see the vast swathes of kind of blanketed over in ink, kind of looks like it's been heavily censored.
You said the Infamous Apocryphon?
Yes.
How's that spelled?
I will give it to you now.
Okay.
There you go.
Oh, I was only a little bit off. All right. So yeah, I mean, Siren, upon kind of hearing through, seeing these things, she's just going to, take her time and now just like she's gonna actually sit down and read the book.
Okay.
Like so, she's just gonna like I don't know it like even if it takes a few days,
Hmm.
anything like that, she's just going to kind of like read through and then at some point in time probably find someone who can remove ink
Hmm.
and restore things to prior knowledge. Anyway, that's
Okay.
what Siren's doing this morning.
Okay, so Balthazar, what are you doing? Besides being rudely kind of woken up by Kalissa.
Yeah, rudely woken up, getting dressed for the day, all of that business. He would actually head down to try and find Siren. Where is Siren at the moment? Was she in the main room, or did she go off somewhere else to a different building?
She's in her room.
Her room?
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
Yeah, should be in her
Okay.
room. I mean, and depending on how early you woke up, she might still be sleeping by the time you leave your room.
Which is what I was gonna think next is, I might have woken up the earliest of the group, because nannies are a pain in the ass. So he actually would I need to see Siren. She's not awake, and I don't want to wake her up. And instead, being about, fucking 5, 6 in the morning, he would
Well,
actually
it's 8 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, okay. Well, if it's 8 o'clock in the morning, he would probably, take a little stroll around town until he can get to the, I don't want to say just the mayor's building, but probably that's where I'd go to find, city planning. I need basically a layout of the town and the surrounding landscape
Okay.
from a government's point of view.
Ah, right. So like a map of the different sort of powers that are around Mayland.
Yeah, I don't really need an asset for that, but he's just he's looking to get a map of the general area of Mayland, region borders, things like that. And though it would have to be a second piece of information, he's also trying to find economic strengths of each region. Do they primarily make ale or export dates or things like that? So he's going to try and head towards probably some sort of central government building first, whatever would
Okay.
be the mayor's office, to try and get that little tourist tad information.
Okay. Sure. Make an investigation check. I'm kind of asking
Sure.
around for this information.
I'm not very good at this. In fact, I'm kind of bad.
Well, I mean,
I still want to say that it's possible to use charisma, to talk to people to get them information from them.
Either way, you both crit hit and crit failed. So
True sibling melding.
okay.
Behold, the power of
Average.
luck. Yeah.
the power of Balthazar.
The true range.
It's the power of Balthazar. Green number and a red number. I hope I don't have disadvantage.
So, as luck would have it, you do find Captain Thorn
Hey.
because of your natural 20. Good lord. She does. She doesn't have a map on hand for you, but she does tell you of the surrounding kind of economic strengths of all the various towns. Kingston is very much like a central central hub of all the city-states in Mayland. Very much relies on importing and exporting goods. It's not there's no single sort of resource that they kind of export. It's more, how would you say it? Probably more of a jack of all trades type thing.
General
Yeah,
goods.
Yeah. To the west of Kinston, Ansmouth. You do know, Captain Thorne does tell you that Ansmouth relies heavily on Arborstone. Exporting Arborstone. It's a marble-like stone, very strong. It has certain magical resistant properties to it, which is why Ansmouth is based right next to what's called the Arbor Quarries, a place heavily saturated with Arborstone.
And where does this place come from? Rather, excuse me, what is the name of
The town?
the place that deals with this,
That
with this Arborstone?
At Ansmouth, Ansmorth. There's also, I think it's to the southwest of Ansmouth. There's Dunmerrill, which is very much a farming town, very large farming town, but also specialises in logging, in lumber.
Okay.
There's also let's see on the map here. There's also Lakesvale, which is to the very south, in Mayland. Very heavily fishing based. Lots, perhaps even more so than Morkney even. Specializes in trading goods to and from Ragnarok. And, very hardy sailboats to kind of sail through the Whip of Fire. There's also Cliffspire to the very north, between Dune Hollow and Carin Moor. Cliffspire, it's more you could probably compare it to Arctic fishing. There's also let's see. There's also Druvenholm to the very south of Mayland, southwest of Lakesvale, which specializes.
Okay.
Yeah, Druvenholm, which specializes in exporting certain amounts of valuable minerals to the rest of Mayland, such as obsidian, a bit of gold as well, silver. But they do mainly specialize in obsidian, being so close to the Whip of Fire.
Okay.
I think that's all the major ones for now.
Yep. Not counting like Margsmere and Ysmore.
Margsmere and Ysmore, they're more part of the Vaskar than any
Yeah.
Malin territories.
Kind of the boundary is that mountain ridge there.
Yeah.
Okay. So that looks like that pretty much covers that.
And
Who does Port Morkney primarily trade with?
Port Morkney is more of a neutral kind of trading hub between the Carthan Commonwealth and Ragnarok.
Okay. Okay.
Still, it's
That's
very
interesting.
very much still part of the Malin city states, but they do function as a trading hub, because from your conversation with Thorn, you do know that the Commonwealth and Ragnarok are in a sort of armistice, like a sort of a strenuous peacetime.
Nothing says fun like strenuous. Okay. Does she have any sort of idea, like, gonna sound worse, but where the sort of civil boundaries or the regional boundaries or borders of each of these areas lie? I mean, it'd be bad to ask you to just draw on the map.
Between, say,
Yeah.
Mayland and the Commonwealth.
Yeah, between Mayland and the Commonwealth, or like the boundaries of the cities themselves. So if I were to be, let's say, a trader and I had to operate under each city's different trading laws, where does their jurisdictions end?
Generally, Mayland it's very similar trading laws amongst all of the cities. Mayland itself is a nation. It's a nation state, so to speak. They just have it's city state is more of a general term that I'm using here.
Okay.
They do sort of operate mostly independently, but they do kind of function under similar trading rules to make trading between each city as simple as possible.
Easier.
Yeah.
Okay. So if I were to be, say, like a trader and I was to go from, Morkney, and I was going to take the roads because I want to go up to Kinston. If I were to be robbed or something were to happen like that, or I need a guard patrol, how far does their authority reach? Like, what is the boundaries of a city?
Right. Okay.
Like if I wanted to set up a building outside, like a trading post, where do I need to be for like their zoning permits and whatever shit like that they might have?
So I've not written that on the map just yet. That's an idea.
Yeah.
I should
I've seen that. Like,
I
I'm
should try that.
expecting that. Yeah. Do you have like an idea? Like, oh yeah, for 100 miles out of each city, they have control or something like that.
Generally, it's around 100, 120 miles or so.
Okay.
If we're specifically talking about, say, Port Morkney, their reach would be from the you see on the map there the forests of I'll put it on the stream actually. The forests of Cairn Arm, down to the Sando thicket, up to the walls, kind of bordering the Mulrin forest. To the west, it would be up to the intersection between Holloman's Way and the Western Walk.
Okay. Yeah, so they've got a pretty good stretch.
Yeah. The Western Walk is pretty much entirely under Port Morkney's control.
That makes sense because it seems like it's just the Golden Silk Road. Okay, cool. You will thank her very much for that information and question that. If one were to establish, like, want to be a proper trading business to do, actual trade business within the regions of Mayland, or like with Morkney, for example, who would he need to speak to go about setting up as a business or a license or something like that?
That would be the Traders Guild.
Okay. He'll ask her for a little bit of directions, and if she's able to give them, he'll
Okay.
be on his way, and we can transition to somebody else then.
Okay. She does point you over to the kind of the general area where the fort is based, but she kind of tells you maybe like take a right here, take a left there, and you'll eventually see what looks like fairly official looking building off to the side of the fortress. Yeah, that'll probably be the Traders Guild there.
Okay, yeah, that works pretty well. Then I'll just go ahead and give my thanks. I'll be on my way, and I will be scribbling some notes then of the things that he's just heard
Okay.
from Good Thorn.
So,
Quick question before we move on to somebody else. Is the Traders Guild the same as the Merchants Guild? Are they separate things?
oh, it's more how would you say it? It's a colloquialism for the same
No, the
guild.
same thing. Okay, yeah, just wanted to be sure.
Yeah.
Carry on. What is
Okay.
let's see.
Who wants to go
The
next?
Sour Marker.
All right, well, I'm done with my little morning questions I needed to do.
Hello.
Gronka, what are you doing?
Well, let's see. So he's probably gonna be waking up slowly because he is extremely hungover.
Yeah, it's around midday now as you're waking up.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Where is he?
Depends where the rest of you guys put him.
Probably in your normal nest
Yeah.
that you seem to have made in the decent descent.
Your Moses basket.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Well, he's probably gonna slowly get up, and then probably promise himself to never drink again. You know, the normal stuff. He's probably gonna make sure Webby is somewhere.
Make a
Where is
perception
Webby?
check.
Yep. Thought so. 17.
17. Webby has made his own web up in the corner of the up in the corner of the room, very similar to how we did last time.
Little shit. He's probably gonna try and coax him down again, like he did last time.
Make an animal handling check.
Yeah. It's his life now. It's like a child that can climb on walls. Yeah.
12. He seems reluctant to come down. He doesn't seem to be paying much attention to you as he's currently what you see kind of wrapped up what looks like a small bird that he's taken a liking to.
Oh. How did I get in here?
So the pet has a pet now.
Well,
Well, food.
I'm sure. Yeah, I was gonna say. You're just gonna notice the bird, and he's probably gonna like glance around the room to see if there's any like bird cages anywhere.
As you kind of look around, it looks like someone's opened the window.
Ah, okay. I thought it was like the brothel's like thing, Nightingale or whatever. He's probably gonna close the window
Okay.
so Webby doesn't escape. And yeah, I mean, I guess he's just gonna try. I think he's going to try and take his ocarina, and I'm gonna roll to see how good he plays, and maybe if it's good, he can get advantage and get Webby down.
I'll allow it.
All right.
So it's a unique way of dealing with it.
I'm gonna do something.
Unique.
Oh well, yep.
Oh wow.
Pretty
Yeah.
good.
Okay, so roll advantage on that animal handling check.
All right. I'm surprised he's so good at it. Yeah. Of course.
7.
Yeah.
Trying to
Webby
talk
is-
while play at the same time is a bit difficult.
Yeah. Webby's not of the musical kind.
So instead of coming and healing at your before you, Webby seems to see this more as dinner and a meal type situation. But you can see him sort of bobbing and swaying to the music in his web. So the ocarina does seem to do something.
Yeah. I guess Grunk is just gonna sigh. He's gonna probably lock the door, and he's just gonna sit on like the bed and just play the ocarina.
Okay.
Because he's too hungover to go outside. The light hurt his head.
Yeah.
Are there any like drapes for the window?
There are drapes, yes.
Yeah, you're probably gonna close those.
Yeah.
Just make the room as dark as possible, and then just wallow in his own self-pity.
Poor Grunker.
Yeah, while playing the ocarina.
I feel so bad.
I mean, he got pissed drunk, and then, Webby won't listen.
Okay.
But yeah, I have to go and get my parents now, so I'm
Alright.
I'm gonna mute myself, and I'm gonna
Alright.
like listen via my phone.
Okay, no worries. Vellum, what are you doing?
I skipped Sal there.
Oh, so you did.
Hello. Yeah. Sao is, after a night of mild sleeping, since there's been a lot going on, she's gonna be tinkering a bit, and if anybody want, they can probably hear a gun go off.
Oh boy.
In the brothel?
In the brothel.
Oh no. Kaboom!
Hmm.
And you can hear loud swearing in Orcish.
Oh no.
So
Yes, yeah.
not soon after the gun goes off. You see, kind of bursting into the room. The kind of the absolutely terrified face of Savash Al-Sora. What in the father's name was that?
Sao holds up what looks to be the chambering mechanism for her rifle, but smaller. This stupid fucking thing does not fit.
That stupid fucking thing is going to cause too much danger to my clients. I would much prefer to take that outside.
I will. And I'm sorry. Just needed to check the fit. But I forgot the trigger was cocked.
You can forget that the trigger is caught outside. Thank you very much.
Sorry about the roof, by the way.
She kind of looks up. There's a fairly small hole that kind of leads up into the outside roof. And she just kind of pinches the bridge of her nose with her thumb and forefinger, and she just sighs and by the father. Well, that is going to come out of your purse.
I know.
So if you wouldn't mind packing up here, clearing out, and while you are working on that infernal contraption, I would much prefer to go outside. I'm sure there are some facilities out there that will more than likely. Just leave. Just leave.
I will. Just let me pack up first.
That moment, even they're done with you, patience has run out.
To be fair to her, hearing something go off that is the equivalent of a thundering boom inside a building and in this kind of time period, it's gonna scare the shit out of you.
And as you pack up your things and make your way outside, you can see there are there's about 3 guards waiting outside. Also curious about the noise.
Sal just stares at them with a sort of angry look. What?
What was that noise? We heard something.
That was my invention. That decided that it would be fun to play a trick on me and decide to go off in my hands.
They give you this peculiar look and kind of trying to look over you. What invention?
Sal just slings out her rifle and sort of loads it up and points it into the air. Do you want to hear it?
Whoa! No, that will not be necessary, miss. You want to take that to the archery range if you can.
I'm pretty sure I'd scare them too.
Well, regardless, it is probably the safest place to be firing that thing.
So just unloads it again, not firing it, by the way, and just sort of packs it on her back again. You people. She sort of stomps away.
They all give you a very peculiar look as you kind of stomp off. So, back to Sable then. Vellum even.
Well, Vellum, having a little bit. Besides the hangover, he is annoyed he missed his morning prayer, so that's another reason for him to be frustrated. So he's trying to cool his head and also stop it from throbbing by taking a walk about town. Sort of, not so much keeping an eye out for Nadala, but if he sees her, then sees her, sort of keeping an eye out, but mainly because such a strange thing to wake up to sort of instilled a little bit of curiosity in the back of his brain.
Okay.
So he's gonna take a few hours to wander about town. Like what areas of town they're in? There's the
There's
main marketplace. There's
there's the marketplace district. There's the divine district where the
the
church
garden is.
the Church of Gabriel, the garden district is. You are currently in the marketplace district, as that's where the Laughing Seal Inn is.
I think I'm gonna make my way more towards the harbour than the divine district because
Okay.
angelicism. Ugh. Yeah, so I'm gonna make my way down that way. Sort of subconsciously keeping an eye out for Nadala, but besides that, just trying to clear his head. So he's gonna do that for a few hours. So
Okay, make
3 o'clock.
make a perception check to see if you can find Mandala.
It's still
Perception.
pounding, so
Yeah, your head's still throbbing from last night's drinks. You're finding it difficult to peer through the crowds.
Well, that's basically gonna be until 3 p.m. So
Okay.
you want to just do whatever else I have planned, or sort of go around to somebody else?
We'll go back to Siren.
Okay. She's basically just still reading. She would have heard the gunshot at some point in time.
Mm-hmm.
And the cursing that followed it, and then be like, oh, she's still alive. And then just continued back to her reading. At some point, she'd likely have sent Una to grab her breakfast, and then just kind of dismissed her, be like, hey, I'm just going to be doing this for most of the day, at least this morning. So, yeah.
Okay, fair enough. So, for the meantime, looks like the notes. For the meantime, it looks like you've gotten as much as you can out of the book.
Okay. So for now then, she's just going to close the book, kind of put a bookmark where she stopped, and I guess get up and let's see. At one point in time, I guess for the sake of having things line up, by the time Balthazar would come back, she'll come out of her room.
Okay, speaking of Balthazar, you do find what looks like the headquarters of the trading guild. You kind of step through the door. Looks like a fairly neatly organised office with a halfling kind of manning the front desk. He's middle-aged, kind of brown or auburn hair, kind of wrinkled features. Looks to be dressed very formally, and he kind of looks up at you.
Perfect, because I'm dressed in my fancy clothes. Because I need a good impression for this. I would approach the man with all the posture and grandeur I can imagine. And I will bite off a hiccup.
Yeah.
Sorry. And I will get to the counter. I'll just kind of put an elbow up on it and look about briefly and... Yes, excuse me. I am hoping to gain some information from you.
Oh, hang on. Sorry, being called away.
I can't wait.
That damn cat.
But not in fancy clothes.
I got the fancy clothes. I've got a sack full of money, and I'm looking to start
You've got
getting
a cod piece full of sack.
interest. I've got a cod. I've got a cod piece full of sack and a sack full of something that's worth just as much.
Different kind of coin purse.
Did you bring your
Okay.
codpiece to the interview? That's the question.
Of course, it's a status symbol.
Maybe
So-
maybe in Ragnarok.
So the halfling sort of
Everyone appreciates a big dong.
that was a weird thing to return to. Okay.
We were talking about
Cod
cod
piece status symbol.
Yes.
So the halfling sort of looks you over with a very very discerning gaze. It says, "What are you looking information of?"
Yes, I was hoping to have a bit of information on how one might do business with the Traders Guild. The potential investors.
You'll have to forgive me. I haven't written any notes on these.
That's fine. We can wing it. I'm kind of throwing you for a loop.
Yeah, it kind of would have been good to say this beforehand, so Janer could have planned it.
That's why I asked you all.
I sent messages. I don't know if it went through.
Okay, so he generally he generally kind of explains the methods of kind of trading through the Traders Guild. Basically, what you have to do is sort of is register the name of your trade. You must you must contribute a fairly small sum to them every month in order to retain their endorsement. And they do kind of explain to you the number of various merchants or tradesmen that have their own businesses that kind of trade through the Traders Guild.
Alright.
Any kind of lists. He lists about 20 or so. You do hear a few familiar names. There's Abigail Tormund of Tormund's Miracles. There's Svan Ysmir of there's Svan Ysmir of Svan's Alchemy and Wares.
The crazy Russian dude.
Yep, that dude. There's also the Violet Tooth, run by Audrey Valandia. And you gather that most tradesmen throughout the port city of Morkney are kind of registered through this Traders Guild.
As I had thought. Well, I would, for the sake of time and prosperity, write down the list of these people and their general trades, and I would see if they have any rules or regulations for investors.
Investors.
Someone who does not exactly wish to do the buying and selling themselves, but wishes to, own part of a company or gain part of a profit by, maybe helping pay for an initial down payment for goods or pay for guards, something like that.
Investors.
And if we want, we can just think about that later and say I get the answers now, so we can get back to the group if that works too.
Yeah. Okay. I'm just didn't exactly plan for this. I should have. Right. We'll say for now. We'll sort of discuss it in private later. But
Sure.
you do get the answers you're looking for, and you are well on your way to registering as an investor for this business that you have in mind.
Hoorah! All right, that's all I needed. Was
Okay.
just to start that bureaucratic or whatever process. With that done, I will head back to the
Bureaucracy.
tavern.
In D&D.
Yay!
Yeah, paperwork.
Business and
Yeah, but that's-
economics and contracts and investments.
Listen, man, you're gonna give me 2 weeks of downtime. I gotta do something to make
Yeah.
sure I'm not
Truly an
crafted.
Yeah.
escapism.
Okay.
The greatest
Fantasy
escapism.
world.
Investments.
It's a fantasy world.
So
Yeah, at least in this fantasy, I can play out that they're successful.
The glory of bureaucracy. Yay.
Okay. And with that,
Alright, I'll head back to the descent.
as you, sorry.
I'll just head back to the
Okay then.
descent to meet up with the others.
So, you all meet up with each other for the day. Throughout the day, what else would you like to do? As before we start our 2-week fast forward.
I would like to do 2 things. 3
Yes.
maybe. I'm only going to spend, obviously, because of time constraints of the day, and since I woke up late, having to walk the hangover off, I'm only going to be able to spend 4 hours on a crafting thing. But besides that, I'm also going to put my brand on one of the dwarven plant
Okay.
for reasons that may come up or may not come up. So I'm just going to put. There we go. But also afterwards, or rather, like, I basically earlier on I walked towards the harbour because that's generally where I was set up last time.
Yeah.
So I'm sort of making my way down there, and then I do the work, and then I come back to wherever.
Okay.
Would I, during any of those times, would I catch sight of Nadala? Because still ticking in the back of his brain, because it was very weird.
Sure. Make another perception check.
Imagine evening time would be different.
15. You do catch sight of a few familiar members of the Fiddler Six. They are currently talking to fairly round, kind of pudgy-looking gentleman. Great big white sideburns, kind of bald on top. He's again kind of talking. He kind of points over to one of the boats. What looks like hang on.
It looks like they're chartering a vessel, basically.
Sort of, yes.
I don't know if my memory is going again, but I recall Nadala mentioning that they were leaving in the next day or so, or did I remember that differently?
That was Olop.
Right.
That was Neryl's friend.
Right, yeah, that's where it must have been where I mixed it up. So I swear I remember asking, but I don't remember what the answer was.
However, it does look like they are also chartering a vessel.
Probably got a job or some such thing. You mentioned I can see them, but is the lady in question with them?
You do briefly see Nadala, yes.
Well, can't exactly end it on a non-goodbye, so gonna sort of wait until they're done with business and then sort of not so much stand, but sort of be visible, if that makes sense.
Okay.
Because they're doing business. It's rude to interrupt business.
So after a while, they do complete their business with this what looks to be some sort of harbour master. As you can now see, as you're getting close to the conversation, he looks like he's got some sort of brooch on his on his lapel, maybe some sort of signifier of some sort of authority.
Hmm.
As he departs from the group, goes about his way. The Fiddler Six, they all kind of disperse. Ndala kind of sees you and smiles.
Oh, they're all going off in different directions, are they?
Yeah, it looks
Oh,
like
so they're not leaving immediately. Okay.
not immediately, no, but soon probably.
Right, because that's what my brain was at. I was like, oh well, better catch her before she goes. Anyway, just gonna sort of give her a wave and approach, considering obviously everyone else is scarpered. So I mean, if any of them did notice me, I would politely wave as you do. But they seem to have their own affairs to attend to.
Yeah. Ndala does approach and she says, "Well, that was something."
Yeah, I gotta say, sort of taking the rose out of his bag, obviously carefully. Yeah, I didn't peg you for a romantic type, he says, a little teasingly.
She gives a smirk and says, "There's a lot about me you don't know."
Yeah, I'm starting to see that. So carefully tucks it back away again. So, looks like you lot are heading off soon.
We've got we got a contract to fill out in Blackridge. Apparently, there's a few disappearances going on there. I'm going to find out exactly what is causing that.
Right, well, try not to get too in over your head, and if you need any work done before you leave, I'm happy to help.
I appreciate the offer, but I think I'm quite alright, thank you.
Well,
But if we do see each other again, maybe we can have a repeat of last night. She kind of grins slyly.
wouldn't say no to that. Be nice to get to know you a little better too, see what else is under there. And he's sort of gonna reach into his pocket and take out the...
Did I take that as a double meaning?
You can take it however you like. Seems to be running theme. And yeah, he's gonna reach into his pocket and take out the branded coin. Basically, like it's simple. The blacksmith's mark is usually a sort of pre-made, like a branding iron sort of thing. So he's just sort of stamped that onto one of the dormant coins, and he sort of flicks the coin towards her.
She
Seeing as you left,
catches it.
Seeing as you left something behind, didn't seem right not to have a proper goodbye.
She doesn't say much. She does give a smile and maybe a little kind of flush in the cheeks. She kind of approaches Vellum and gives a peck on the cheek.
Yeah.
Then
Not expecting that.
makes her way off.
Right. Well,
she-
he's gonna
as she-
watch her go.
As she tucks it into her blouse.
Well, he's gonna watch her go, and then assumedly it's like afternoon, evening time at this point. Probably
Yeah.
dark, definitely, because winter.
Yeah.
Gonna head back to the Decent Descent for the end of this day. I do need to do my roll for the crafting. However,
Okay.
I'll just knock that out now. And so it'd be one check with Constitution. Change. Think about who's it.
Nope.
Well, I've already blown the chance at masterwork already. But one crafting point, that's good. But yes, that's me done for the day. On to whoever else had whatever else.
Okay.
I think Sarah's just gonna be coming back from the archer range after scaring the ever-living shit out of people trying to shoot bow and arrow. She is still mildly pissed off. But she's in a sort of bitter mood.
Yeah. Okay. So, with the first day completed, unless anyone else wants to do anything more.
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
Avon and Atlas are muted, so
They
Yeah,
might
I'm
be
good.
saying things,
Nope.
but
No, open mic courtesy.
Yeah, same.
let's do time warp again.
And with
Should we be
that,
saying what they do during the time warp?
yes. During these next 2 weeks in the port city of Morkney, what would you all like to do?
I'm gonna go last because my one's gonna involve 2 weeks of crafting rolls.
Oh boy. Okay.
Yeah,
Oh boy.
that's 2 rolls a day.
You can just
Can
do
I
it
make
while
a
everyone else is
suggestion?
doing their thing.
I guess, but I don't want to flood the chat if people are actually making rolls.
What you could do, there's a really cool Roll20 macro thing that you can say that, you know, you have a crafting roll of, you know, it's plus 10, you know, and you need to hit, you know, a 20.
It's not
So,
like
you
a
know, you need to
standard
roll
skill
20.
check is the problem. It's based on points. So each check could have a potential of X amount of points. If I try and lowball it, it's like it's either
So you're not
incredibly
trying to beat a
unbalanced or it's really
DC.
good. Sorry, what was that?
Yeah. You don't just have to meet a DC. You
No,
have to meet a
well,
points for
I
it.
do have to do. Each roll has a certain result depending on which field it's in. But
okay.
each check contributes points towards a total. So it's not just like pass fail. It's like each one has certain aspects of it. But yeah, I'll do it by myself in the background. But the second I hear that somebody needs to make a roll, I'm going to stop. So don't mind me.
Sarah's just gonna also be crafting, but no rolling is actually needed for that part.
Yeah, because I'm the weirdo.
It's more because her feature just says you need to spend X amount of time.
Yeah, I
doing
know it.
This.
I'm just poking fun at the fact that with Arngroom gone, I'm the only one actually using the crafting rules.
You'd be surprised because I can actually also go in and do that if I want masterwork shit.
Yeah, you just
I
don't
can
need
just-
to though. 'Cause
I
it's
can
just
quick
like I can
craft
magic
shit.
this.
I can quick craft shit, but I might also want something that's real good, you know.
Okay, so
Can I mastercraft a gun?
no.
I don't. You'd have to ask.
Let's talk about that out of session. See if that's even
Yeah.
possible.
Yeah.
Because I have very little knowledge on how the intricacies of your crafting works. So that's fucking hell. That's 28 checks I need to make.
Oh,
Fucking
boy.
hell.
Oh my god, this seems so much better on paper.
Vellum just workhorsing throughout the 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Can we do something about cutting that number down a bit?
I will. Is there a way to make it just show up? No, there isn't. Well, just ignore it. I'll blitz through it really fast, and then we'll never have to look at it again. It's only because this is a really big project. That's kind of why I needed the 2 weeks to do it.
You could.
Could I suggest doing condensed rolls?
You could do. I'm not sure if it only works for DMs, but try using the command talk to myself.
What's that? Is it like slash?
forward slash talk to myself. Big ol' one word.
Talk to myself, then a roll.
Yeah, then you can start rolling. Then it won't flood the chat.
So I do slash talk to myself and then a roll, or do I do slash talk to myself, hit enter, and then start roll?
Yeah. The last one, yeah.
Okay, so there we go. I'm now talking to myself. Fantastic.
Yeah. So just do
They
that.
will not
do
be
that-
broadcast.
yeah.
That's actually really useful.
Do that again to
Turn it back off.
yeah,
But
toggle
for
it.
now, I'm not bothering everyone with my spam rolls.
Essentially, yeah.
Should probably just roll all 28 at once and then just tally through them. Tally who?
Okay.
You could also do what the Atlas is doing, but you two can probably talk it out in DMs. He set up a neat macro.
Not even a macro. It's just a
Yeah, it's just a base.
command. Yeah.
It's a base thing. I don't even need to do a big macro for that. I mean, I could make you a macro that has the proper drop downs and everything. You know, that can be a little complex, and then Jenner has to integrate things. That's best saved for another time.
Yes. For now, though, what I know Vellum's going to be workhorsing throughout these next 2 weeks. So Yun, you said you were going to just do a bit of tinkering, yeah?
Yes. I am gonna complete work on not 1, 2 guns.
Oh boy. Okay.
Which is why these 2 weeks are fucking fantastic.
Okay then. Balthazar, what are you doing during these next 2 weeks?
During the next 2 weeks, I'm gonna try to set up and establish myself with the various merchants around Port Mortney, and primarily I'm most interested in those that go to or deal with Drevenholm has caught my interest. See which merchants might go through in that region or deal with Drevenholm, and see if I can invest in local businesses here to start building contacts to be able to get investment going in Drevenholm in the long run.
Okay.
So a lot of social
Yeah.
and network building, as well as some shaking hands, money exchanging.
Okay. So using your kind of newfound renown as one of the members of the Black Hand, one of the saviors of Port Mortney, you do get a few enthusiastic partners who are willing to sort of help you invest. There's one gentleman, a fairly stout looking dwarven male by the name of Baz Grazagdur.
Oh, let me save that.
Could you say the name
Grazag.
again?
There we go. Baz Grazagdur.
Baza!
Wow, I actually spelt that perfectly.
Nice.
He owns a shop that's kind of that sells rare kind of gemstones and various keepsakes. Some of them he does tell you that some of his customers will vary from like jewel crafters to mages looking for enchanted crystals for various spells. It gets a fairly wide clientele, and he kind of imports most of his goods from places like Druvenholm and other kind of dwarven house settlements. Kind of these settlements are owned by fairly well-known clans.
Okay. He's a dwarf.
Mm-hmm.
And he seems pretty well established. Okay. You know, I'm willing to put down a pretty decent sum of coin with him. I don't know how the hell returns and things like that would be.
I'm pretty sure it's actually in the books.
No, I haven't gotten involved with that yet, so I don't know.
Downtime businesses.
Downtime businesses. There's activity.
I need to take a look at that.
Yeah, we'll take a look at that.
Yeah.
But he's a dwarf though, correct? And he specializes in minerals and things and stuff.
Yes, like rare gemstones, kind of unrefined minerals, raw materials.
Does he have like one of those scratch stones to be able to test something's material to find, oh yeah, this definitely is copper, or no, this is tungsten, something like that?
He's fairly well versed in the properties of all these different materials, and he does have a way of testing whether or not they are legit or not.
Well, that's absolutely perfect, because I have something that I came across in some of my adventures. I was curious if, the man of his expertise, since we would hopefully be doing business together, if he'd be able to appraise it for me.
Go ahead.
I'd procure one of those dwarven coins.
Uh-huh.
And see if he's able to tell me what sort of base material this is actually made out of, and how its worth might be, say, if I were to trade with him or other folks in Drovenholm.
So he does tell you that these are these coins are, they're worth more as a sort of what's the word?
Collector's piece?
Sort of like
Relic?
Not quite to the well, like a keepsake, a relic, an old kind of
A memento.
an old artifact, if you will. Each of these coins, there's not many of these platinum gilded coins back from the reign of Nogdur Ashbite, and his sort of protectionist economics. Protectionist to the degree where they would make their own currency. It's
okay, so
it's effectively it's worthless as a measure of currency. It's by itself, but these coins do sell for about 3 gold apiece to primarily to collectors and various sort of museums to old dwarven history. As a sort of memento to the darker times of Dune Hollow.
okay. So it's worthless as a coin, but it's worth a lot as a collector's coin because of what it is. Okay. So this is something that I could potentially find a collector for.
Yes.
Awesome. That's really good to know. If that's the case, yeah, I'll set down a sack of coins and go about investing my business with him.
Okay.
Yeah.
So he doesn't he wouldn't be the one buying them from you, but he would. But
oh yeah, not selling them to him.
Yeah.
I'm talking about general goods gold to invest in his business.
Yeah. Okay, so he does say that if he does manage to find a collector for these, he will happily split the money. Say, well, his initial offer is 70-30.
Him getting 70?
Yes, because he is effectively the business owner, and he's look at you can tell that he, like metaphorical dollar signs in his eyes as you kind of show this sack of collector's coins to him.
Now I might be willing to take up that kind of ratio, just because you know I want to be in good terms. But oh man, I've only got a sixth of this. You know, my buddies have the rest, and I don't think they'd like those kind of odds. I mean, some of us nearly died for that. Maybe we can do something
Make a persuasion check.
bit more even. Persuasion.
18. Yeah, not bad. He does lower the ratio to maybe 60-40.
60-40. Love it if we could be in more like equal terms as partners, like maybe closer to like a 50-50 kind of thing. You know.
Make another persuasion check.
Ah,
21. Yep. He does relinquish his pride a little bit, and he kind of drops down to 50-50.
Alright. With that kind of numbers, I'm certain the other party members will be much more happy to give up their wealth too. And finally, he'll make a lot more money this way.
Mm-hmm.
And with that, I'll be willing to abide by that deal. Very happily.
Okay then. So you now have yourself a partner in trade.
Hey.
So I shall cool. I shall make some notes before the next session.
Quick interjecture.
Yes.
Apparently I finished everything 4 days early, so didn't Belth want some armor taken in?
I did.
I'm not sure what that would be. I guess I could just do crafting rolls and gauge the success based on that.
Sure.
But I don't know. Refitting armor. Do you want me to just sort of give it a value and then run it past your Jenner just to save on the muddling?
Sure.
Right, so can you give me the information for the armor itself so I can accurately do that? Or is it in a handout? Let's see. Nope, not in a handout.
Wasn't the Dwarven King armor in just full plate?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, it's
It
just
was-
full plate?
Yeah. It's gilded full plate.
Right. Actually, be a challenge. Okay,
Yeah,
so
it's something.
it already exists, just that he's resizing it. So. Continue as you were, I'm just talking to myself. But I now have 17 AC.
Oh shit.
That's
I mean, if
Special
Balthazar
armor.
wears full plate, it's gonna be even higher.
Well, yeah, he's a blade lock, so yeah. But yeah, I've got
Yeah.
half plate now. I also managed to finish that Black Hand medallion, so the
freaking
Onyx
swag.
one.
Awesome.
So go ahead and add that to your inventory, because I imagine I'll have given it to. Velen would have given it to him whenever it was done.
Is there anything else you'd like to do within your 2 weeks, Balthazar?
Let's
I
see.
know.
I've invested my gold. I've got this guy here. I will. I'll do some things, but most of it's just gonna be like me time. He's
Okay.
actually gonna be doing just a little bit of reading and some general purpose, you know, martial training, things like that.
Okay.
Quote
Also,
unquote.
the thing you wanted.
reading.
I think it was the thing with the blade hilt, was it, or the pommel?
That was one of the things. Since he has 4 days early, I did want to see about going to Vellum and seeing if you'd be able to do something for me.
Well, let's see about that full plate first, because that's going to be a hefty job.
Yeah.
I'm just sort of calculating a value. Because it's normal.
Okay.
its normal amount of points required to even craft it is 61. Basically, almost double what I spent the last 2 weeks doing. So I've got to sort of.
It's
It obviously
refitting.
exists already, so I've got to
Yeah.
give it a value that signifies it needs its the amount changed. So I'm thinking like 12. Anyway, carry on. What were you gonna say?
I was just gonna go see about getting just a pommel made.
Just a pommel? Any particular
Yeah.
kind of pommel?
Yes. I'm looking for a specific kind of pommel that would essentially be a very large jewel facet.
Hmm.
That way I could have like a big pretty like fucking crystal.
Now, is this being
That's my
attached? Am I basically just making the pommel take a jewel, or am I making a brand new pommel? Because I'm
You
telling you
probably-
now, I've already put all the steel in the city into my armor, so you might have to wait a bit.
I
So-
could
You said you
Work.
wanted like one of those soul stones in the pommel, didn't you?
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah, he's looking to get one of those.
He can modify it so that it takes the stone, but as to making a new one, he can't until he gets a hold of more metal. Unless you
What
want
if-
one made of shitty iron we found in a cave, which would probably not be a good idea.
But if this is kind of an important thing, what if I gave you some metal?
If he has metal, then yes, that would be good.
What if I just gave you a bunch of golden coins?
You want a gold pommel?
I'm thinking it could work.
Go to someone else. I'll run the numbers.
Yeah, maybe go on to somebody else while he thinks about that.
Okay.
Yeah,
Maybe
because
jump
gold
out of
isn't
Aiden
actually a
Blunder.
defined type in the rules.
Yeah.
Is the thing.
Siren, what would you like to do these next 2 weeks?
So just continue poring over the book. What books that she does have that she was
Okay.
able to take from that place. Also, at some point in time, she's going to go. Did she ever? I can't remember if she actually went to the library, like the magician guy's place.
I don't think Siren has. No, not yet.
Okay. Well, she has met the wizard,
Yeah.
like the town wizard, because he gave them all the items, and so she's going to go find where he stays, and
Okay.
she's going to basically discuss how to repair books that have ink spilled on them, that have been damaged or messed up in some way, to see if he has any means or methods of fixing them that he
Okay.
would like to share.
So, as you make your way to the Divine District Gardens, kind of going up to the librarian's tower, kind of knocking on the door a few times. You see, opening the door, the familiar face of Foldred, kind of a big old bottle cap glasses, kind of looking up at you. And you kind of ask him about perhaps restoring any books. And he says, yes, come. I can. I believe I may be able to shed some light on this. Yes.
Okay, and then gonna enter.
Okay. You follow him up to his personal domicile at the top of the tower. And, he kind of rummages through a few through a few utensils beneath his desk, and it kind of as he's rummaging, he asks you, What type of book exactly are you looking to restore?
It is a somewhat historical book. It is rather large tome, has some age to it, and it seems that its previous owner was quite, what's the word, clumsy with the ink, and quite a few of the pages have been blocked out and ruined, and it is of quite importance to me to figure out, as you know, as a researcher,
Hmm.
that
I do
even
respect
small
the
bit of
pursuit of
information.
knowledge.
Mhm.
May I see the book?
I actually forgot to bring it with me, but I did come with, as you said, the search of knowledge
Hmm.
to fix it myself for in the future. So if anything like this were to happen, I would be able to not need to ask of another to waste their time. I can just take care of my books myself.
Oh, it's absolutely no trouble. If you are looking for knowledge, you are more than welcome to ask of me. I do have my own personal library, and it is open to anyone wishing to. Well, anyone wishing to act in that pursuit of knowledge.
Oh,
But
uh,
although I'm afraid if I am to judge whether or not this book can be saved from this clumsy spilled ink. You said it was very old, yes?
mm-hmm. It seems to have quite some age on it.
I will need to personally examine the book to make a judgment.
Okay. I'll see if I can bring it here again. I'm kind of reluctant to move it given what it is, but you know how these old books can sometimes fall
Oh
apart
yes,
just by
yes.
the sort of thing.
Don't worry. I understand your pain.
But I am curious again, because this is something that I wish to be able to do in the future myself. Can you at least show me how would one check to see if it can be saved, if it can be bothered? Because it seems many of the pages are just almost fully immersed in ink, and you can hardly see the writing.
Well, that is a shame. It all depends on the age of the book. Really. The older the book, the less likely you'll be able to reverse the ink stainage, I suppose, if you put it in a simple manner. There are certain enchantments you can use upon the book, certain time reversal, I suppose, but it's fairly risky, and of course the further back the time manipulation, the less likely you are to recover certain elements. You can only go so far back with some of these enchantments.
Of course. Just as an aside, how old would I think the book is, and how old would I think the censorship is?
Make it be a history check, I think.
Okay. Come on, high roll.
19. This is about 50 or so years old. So it's quite an old book.
Okay. So 50. So, wait, did you say? I think your mic might have cut out. What? How old is it?
50.
Okay. And how old would I think the censorship is? Because it's not like they printed the book and immediately censored it.
No. The censorship looks like it's from what you remember of how kind of extensive the ink work was, how kind of soaked into the pages it seemed. Probably like 20 years.
Okay. So, I need to remember his name. I think it's Faldred.
Faldred, yes.
So Faldred, thinking about the age, the book itself is about 50 years, which I know is relatively young on the timeline of some of these ancient tombs, but it seems that the previous owner parted with it, and I guess left it in its current state only about 20 or so years. Does that make things a bit more manageable, or is that something that would
The
be impossible?
the trouble with time manipulation magic, it's as you probably know, it's fairly volatile. The further back in time you go, the more unstable the magic becomes. This type of magic is deep arcane magic. It's not something to take lightly. Typically, these enchantments are used for, say, brief mistakes, for when you are, say, copying a book over and you accidentally spill your inkwell upon the pages.
Yes, we've all done that. Always tragic. Is there... Well, can you depart such enchantments to me, and then, again, I'd like to at least practice before I try it on the real thing, because I don't want to mess that up, but...
Of course.
Just, I love my books, and I don't want to have any that are as bedraggled and as abused as this one in my possession.
Of course, I may be able to look through my scrolls, see if I've copied down the spell anywhere.
Okay. Thank you very much. I would definitely appreciate it. And while you look, I heard that you have quite an extensive library from my friend.
Yes, I do. And with
Is
that,
it okay if I peruse it while you search?
that would be completely fine with me. Yes. And with that, he kind of snaps his fingers, and you see the mirror on the far side of the room, the chamber. It kind of opens up into this into like some sort of a doorway through which you can probably step through. And on the other side, you can see a fairly tall, kind of octagonal room, which looks like kind of stacked with reams and reams of all types of books.
Alright, well, Siren is going to, I'm going to smile, kind of give them a very polite bow, and then enter the room.
Okay.
As I go through the portal, I'm going to stop, turn around, like just on the other side of it. It's like, is there a means of searching? Or is there some index?
Yes, they are. Everything is sorted. I do quite like organization when it comes to knowledge and books. It's all sorted into various categories. The studies upon the arcane, various books of various historical figures. I probably my favorite one would be studies of unusual magical spells.
Well, is there some index that I can look into to find? Or actually, is there I'm somewhat of a... I'm embarrassed to say this, I'm somewhat of a... I have a fascination with cults and how they are able to trick and manipulate such innocence into what they're doing. With what happened with that cult that attacked the city, there were so many people within the town that were working with it. It's just, what goes into the minds of such people and how that happens? It's do you have anything on, anything like that, cults, historical or otherwise?
if you take a look up to the top of the northern wall there, that's probably what you are looking for. I do not have much information about cults, given the trepidatious nature of the subject. But
Oh, of course, but it's always just so interesting to see what people make up to convince others to follow them. Like, you
Well,
know,
yeah.
just the average
Agreed.
Joe farmer suddenly joins a death cult, and you're just wondering why.
True. Right. Well, I shall peruse my scrolls while I let you get on with your business.
Thank you very much. And Zion's going to go to the northern wall and look up a historical book on cults and
Okay.
see if anything strikes her as familiar while she's
Make
browsing through it.
an investigation check with advantage because of your researcher background.
On better rolls. God damn it. Better than the 10 I got last time. I only have a +1 in investigation.
Oof.
Uh,
So, so this is a relatively low DC because Voldred did kind of point you out to, specifically to where information about any of these you know cult matters are,
mhm.
and although you do miss quite a lot, as you're kind of searching through this section over the next few hours, I would say.
Okay.
You notice looking through many of these books that figures you saw figures you saw or any in your dreams, any kind of references to this cult that you've been dealing with, rare at best and scattered at worst, or even non-existent. From what you can gather within 11 roll, seems to be from very specific novella and documentation. You do find a book called The 100 Years War, Volume 1 by Tathasia Drummond. I'll copy paste that name because it.
Yes, thank you. Oh, again, I am extremely close.
The book itself is old, kind of tattered in places. Looks like it's been well used, and kind of flicking through some of these pages, it looks like some of them have been torn out in key places, which frustrates you. Although the information you do gather makes continuous references to the character of a powerful high shaman who lived around 6 centuries ago, kind of serving as an advisor to a powerful king to the far western kingdom of the Tahosian Empire. The king was seen as a divine god at the time, God King Alatl. Pasted his name there.
A lot of what?
God
Sorry.
damn it! I
I
knew
couldn't
that was coming.
resist. Quick question, Junior. Sorry to interrupt. How big are soul stones? Like, are they fist size? Are they like?
They are about fist-sized, yeah.
Ooh, big ones then.
hmm
Right. Well, that pommel idea may have fallen through because sticking something that big on the end of a sword is not going to work.
This
Carry on.
this God King Alatl kind of seen to be a God King for his ability to truly resurrect the dead and perform great feats of blood magic. in public, he used his powers to reunite loving couples from, say, tragic loss, to heal grievous bloody wounds of warriors sundered in battle at the expense of sacrificial cattle. In reality, it was his high shaman who taught him this magic. The origins of this high shaman, where he grew up, their life kind of prior to becoming a high shaman, due to the low roll, it escapes you. It's completely shrouded in mystery. And whether this high shaman refers to either of the two figures you saw in your dream is not. It's unknown. It's unclear.
Okay.
Although,
Alrighty then.
make a history check for memory sake.
Y'all know how that goes.
13. I mean, kind of racking your memory and your kind of investigatory skills to seek out this kind of information. Though it's not though you don't gain any specifics due to the low rolls, unfortunately. You kind of think back to the tomb of the shamed king. 4 statues you encountered. You feel a semblance of deja vu.
Does the demonic woman remind me of the figure I saw in my dream?
Fairly similar, yeah.
Son of a bitch! Okay. I can't remember who she is, and it's fucking annoying.
It's gonna be the bane of your existence of this whole campaign. Who are you?
With and kind of looking through more of these books, you do find some references to what are called black books, and you kind of curiosity sparked. You kind of seem to lose yourself in kind of researching this, and you spend most of the day kind of searching through Folger's library for any references to these other books. You do eventually find an autobiography called Black Ink: The Travels of a Curious Scholar. The original writer, Batari Salacia. Got his name there. Seems to have
What was the name of the book again? Black Ink. What?
Black Ink: The Travels of a Curious Scholar. I'll paste it in chat there.
Oh, I got it. Alright. By Batara Salatio.
Yes. And thankfully this is a relatively low DC to kind of investigate all this.
Mm-hmm.
The book seems to detail the chronicles of a 50-year trek around the world in search of what this scholar calls a dark tome. He describes the various places and lands he encounters throughout his journey, from the far west, where great scaled beasts roam kind of barren plains, and smaller vicious scaled beasts run and stalk on 2 scythed legs in the jungle, to the southwest, where mysterious cults call the dark rainforests their home, to the northeastern corners of the world, where hermits live atop mountains, throwing storms from their fists, to the southeast, where serpent peoples travel in herds and live amongst a glowing oasis. He also tells of the grandest city of gold to the far southern tips of Maitreya, and a land of barbaric giants to the southern end of the world, whom soar above the clouds on the backs of tremendously winged scaled beasts. He also describes the island empire of the Orcish people, a land of unfathomable beauty, kind of contrasted with expansive cities of red marble. In telling of his travels, the scholar also connects the history of these locations to these so-called Black Books. He tells of a time when there was but one. He describes the tome as having been too powerful to leave intact. He guesses the history here kind of fills in the possible blanks left by a ruined historical record, telling of a ritual to drain the ink telling of a ritual to drain the ink from this dark tome into 3 separate books, and to subsequently scatter these 3 books around the world, never to be found again. He does mention that one such book was found in Ragnarok, having been gifted to and passed down through wealthy families as an heirloom. Although, overall, that's as much as you're able to glean through your searching. You, unfortunately, it's the rest of the juicy details.
Alrighty then. I will.
Nope. Simon's he's going robotic.
Beep boop.
Beep boop.
So while he's going robot, quick thing, Janier.
Yep.
I've decided for the armor refitting, it makes sense to have a quarter of its cost be the amount that I need to do, because it's not
Okay.
me making it, but yeah. Okay, cool, carry on.
He's still robotic. It might need to leave and rejoin. Hello?
I think it's just Discord in general.
Yeah, I think it's going to be-
Hello?
Hello?
Oh, is Discord being a bit funky?
No?
Thank you, Gurka. We want to go to. It must be the specific room. We want to go to D&D
Yeah. Yeah, let's head to D&D 2.
or Whisper Room.
Oh, wait, no, hang on. I think they might have fixed it.
Okay.
I don't think so.
Oh, yeah, everyone's clear to me now.
Yeah,
Odd.
very weird.
Weird. All right. So, as I was saying before things went sideways, I'm going to specifically take note of where it hints the original Black Book was, which seems like it might have been the Orcish Empire, and where it, like, judging based off of the time schedule of where it is, of like where it originally happened, going to kind of going to look for some history books of that time period
Okay.
and where such allies of said empire would have been, because that's likely where they would have tried to send them to, because like you can because even when they're like can't have even when like someone does a thing where it's just like we have to separate these because so no one can find them, they never fucking do the smart thing, and they're like, okay, we're gonna bury one at the bottom of the ocean, we're gonna throw one into a volcano. Like, they always make it so they can retrieve them in the future, which is always kind of silly and dumb, but that's just what happens. So yeah, going to basically try to find history books of likely allies, likely powerful allies, magical or economical, that such books may have gone to.
Okay. Make another investigation check.
In before Sao has one of the books on her by chance.
That'd be hilarious.
I fucking doubt it.
Why can't I one higher than that 11? I'm slowly going. I just need to research 8 more times, guys. Yep.
Well, 12. You do kind of surveying the rest of this library for any other information regarding these black books. Again, it's kind of scant at best and non-existent at worst.
And again, it's not necessarily looking for like specific mentions of the black book. It's more looking at the kind of geo-economical, political ties that such empires would have that might say, you know, that might
Who's
allude
friends
to
with
where
who?
the stuff could have gone.
Okay. So you do find a few references to the Yorkish Empire in the very ancient times, around say 700 years ago. As a general time span. You do know that from researching some of these books that the Yorkish Empire seemed to have a kind of close bond with the kind of remnants of the giant peoples in Gog's chain to the south, to the sort of Antarctic circle, as you would.
All right.
There's also friendly trading relations from, well, today there are friendly trading relations between Zuinlu, the capital of the Yorkish Empire, and Imbali City in Nioba, which is probably what the City of Gold was referring to.
Oh.
But I mean, with 12 investigation, that's probably the best you're going to get.
Oh yeah. That is perfectly fine. So yeah, just kind of spend, I guess, most of the day. Before she leaves, she is going to, I guess, either she realizes what time it is, or Faldred is like, "Oh hey, I found it," and she's gonna kind of like stir and exit.
Okay.
She is going to bring. She's going to bring the book about cults and the Black Ink Travels of a Curious Scholar book, and she is going to kind of like hold them up. It's like, so I heard you say this was a library. Is it possible to check these books out?
Well, of course.
Or are
They do have specific enchantments on them that I shall know if they do get stolen. I do not expect you or your group to steal them. It is more of a precautionary measure for anyone wishing to retrieve these books for later study.
Oh, of course. And honestly, if could you maybe lend me that enchantment as well, just for my own book's protection?
Well, I suppose I do sell enchantment scrolls or various spell scrolls if you like. Of course, with what you've done for this city, I would be more than happy to give you a hefty discount.
Oh, that is very sweet of you. Of course, I would love to have the enchantment so I can safeguard my own book, my own personal library.
Okay. So, he does sell you two spell scrolls. Let me get the prices here. If I can actually find them. Yeah. Okay. So he does sell you the what looks like some sort of modified spell of item location. I've forgotten the specific name of the spell. Find object. That's it. It's with your expertise in the various magical arts, you can definitely tell this has been kind of tinkered with. You can see the kind of binding runes are in a sort of alternate formation to apparently make the enchantment double as a sort of teleportation spell, where you're able to kind of both find the item and retrieve it from up to a radius of say a mile or so.
Okay.
And he does sell you that for 50 gold.
All right.
As well as, sorry?
Oh, sorry. I was just gonna say, and the ink time reversal one.
Ah, yes. This is a tinkered with a
Prestidigitation.
That word, yes.
That thing.
This is a specialized prestidigitation spell. That's sort of specialized for removing ink stains upon books. This is more of a sort of a temporary cleanup, emergency sort of spell, and he does. It's fairly common amidst
certain scholarly groups.
Yes, amidst certain scholarly groups, and he does sell you it for about 5 gold.
All right. Upon looking at the kind of prestidigitation one, Sarah just kind of glanced over it. I never knew that you can make these kinds of modifications to prestidigitation. Because I can do it myself, and she just makes like a brief little sparkle, like with a wave of her hand. But I'm curious, since normally it's such a minor spell, and this does seem like it's somewhat minor, is there any method to guarantee amplification of power? Because, as you know, with most magic spells, if you try to do more than they're allowed for, some things can generally go wrong. But if you have the right preparations and materials, you can extend the duration or extend the power. Is there any... Do you know of any means to... Or does this have any inherent means to do such a thing? Because to go back, 20 years as opposed to 20 minutes. Like, is there anything that you know to safely allow for such a thing?
If you manage to find out how to do that, I would very much appreciate if we could perhaps work together. This is something I've been trying to do myself for the past decade or so. It's these modified spells are particularly unstable at the best of times. In fact, the reason I sell you these modified scrolls is probably because I trust the Black Hand.
Like,
I would not
you-
put these unstable scrolls in. Well, they are very much risky at the best of times. Probably fairly dangerous to try and enhance their power if you do not know what you are doing.
Of course. And the Black Hand very much appreciates your trust. We have fought long and hard to earn it. And I feel we will continue to do so for Port Morgny.
I am glad to hear it. If you wish to research any more, feel free to come and peruse the library again anytime soon.
Oh, it most certainly will, with such an expansive collection you have. Also, as just a curiosity, I know that you gave us the Waystones.
Yes.
You might have heard, you might not, that Port Morgny is building us a fort, citadel, I don't know, a manse, or
Well,
even just a home
I've
out
se-
on
I've
the
certainly heard-
disabled lighthouse.
I've certainly heard about that. Yes, that was the lighthouse. The old site of the lighthouse where you presumably slew that awful Julius fellow.
Yes, yes. Took his head. Well, we need not get into the gory details, but I was wondering if perhaps a modification could be made, or just another Waystone could be commissioned to teleport the user and perhaps a few selected members to the lighthouse.
Perhaps I could. The blue wage gem I gave you, that was linked to the waystone underneath my tower. Yes.
That is correct.
Perhaps I could move the enchantment to a waystone in your tower.
Oh, that would be quite marvelous if it were so, if it were possible.
It may take a while, because well, waystones are fairly. They are
Fickle?
yes, fickle. You could definitely say that. They are fickle to enchant.
Well, Valdred, you have proven yourself a worthy wizard through many means, so I do not think it should be much of a hassle for you.
Yes, although I do also function as a business, so I may need some compensation for the necessary reagents required.
No, of course. Again, I said commission because I imagine we would be paying you regardless.
Good. I will calculate the necessary reagents required, and I'm sure I can probably make use of one of my sending spells to send a message to you when I'm ready.
Thank you very much, Valdred. I very much appreciate it. And then she's going to bow, and with her scrolls and books that she's borrowing, she will leave.
Okay. Right. What does everyone else want to do?
I'm actually curious now, since since Sao has been at the archery range and more or less scaring pants off all other archers trying to take a steady shot. Would the guards not have taken notice and be curious about this faster and seemingly more dangerous ranged weapon that she's using?
Well, yes, they would definitely take notice. one of them actually kind of approaches very very nervously approaches you and kind of looks over the gun and it says I think I've heard about one of those. Is that one of those? That's one of those firearm, innit?
It
It's a
is.
Yeah. I've heard quite a number of stories about those. It's fortunately you see a lot of pirates use a firearm.
Hmm.
Are you a
They are
pirate,
quite,
miss?
Me? Oh,
You gather he's probably not one of the brightest of the bunch.
I have sailed a ship or two in my time, but I do prefer land. But I am no pirate.
How does that thing work then?
It's relatively simple, actually. First, you have the casing, which you fill with gunpowder. Then you take your projectile, a simple lead bullet, stop that in, and she's literally making a single round to show him. Once it's made, you crimp the edge to make sure it doesn't fall out. You load it in the barrel. See the little pin?
Aye,
Yeah.
aye.
When that strikes the bottom of the casing, the gunpowder goes off and the lead bullet flies out.
Wait, what do you mean flies out? It's about like, does it get, and he kind of fidgets with his own crossbow. He kind of pulls back the the bow, kind of notches it in place. To get flung out like this.
In a way, but faster.
So what's the fireball at the end then?
Depends on the powder amount.
What kind of powder is that? That's the black stuff, innit?
Usually I use a mix of rough and fine grained.
You see couple of other guys come over. Oh, and Evan, come on, just leave her be. And Evan sort of says, "Oh, come on, you got to be curious how this thing works." And
You wanna try it?
can I?
Only once.
This great big grin on his face. You get a proper look at him now. He's probably in his early. Is a young lad in his early 20s. Kind of like a frizzy fringe from what you can see with the half plate helmet.
All right.
So you demonstrate how it works to him.
Left foot front, right foot back, brace against shoulder.
Alright, yeah.
Hold it towards the target. Look down the sight. And pull the trigger when ready.
You see his aim's a bit wonky, and actually, you know, I'm gonna make an attack roll here.
Natural 20.
That was that's a 5. He kind of fumbles with the trigger a bit, and he kind of looks over to see if he's holding it right, but then kind of missteps, and he and he accidentally fires it off, and it kind of skips off of a rock, and it goes pew pew, and you just see what looks like a seagull fall down from above in the center of the courtyard.
That's better than my first shot.
Oh, you hit something.
Well, I mean, at least I hit something.
You did.
You
And
see,
you certainly hit better than I did.
he seems a bit he seems a bit shaken, but he seems proud of himself.
Sal just gives a small friendly laughter and just goes, "You might want to check up on your shoulder in a few hours."
Yeah, it's a bit sore, isn't it? Ugh.
It's
And-
gonna leave a mark the first time. Trust me.
Oh, come on, Evan, you're a lousy shot. Come on, give me a go. I'll do better. And another guard comes up to you, kind of big old smile, kind of
Alright.
a cocky step to his walk.
Alright, big shot. See if you can hit the target.
I mean, it's just same. I mean, I could do well with a crossbow. How difficult can it be? When that he kind of you show him how to work the gun. He kind of takes a stance, aims at the target, and then rolls an attack. Let's see. Yeah, he holds it completely wrong with the stock just over his shoulder, and he kind of squeezes the trigger a bit too hard, and it goes flying off the back of his shoulder. But he rolled a natural one on that one. Doesn't even hit the target. Just. And it goes kind of skipping across the courtyard a little bit. Oh, you sure this thing ain't broken?
I am pretty sure. And so I was just trying not to laugh.
Oh, it's weird fandangle piece of technology. Hey, I'll stick with my crossbow, thank you very much.
And then, just to sort of show off, Sao is gonna take out from under her coat one of her handguns she's made.
God blimey, you made it smaller, did you?
Yes, why not?
Well, I mean, what the fuck's that titsy little thing gonna do? Oh, Evan, get a look at this.
Oh, it's smaller, sure, but it's very much more handy. And just to be sure she doesn't mess it up, she's gonna cast Zephyr's Strike, and if I remember correctly, it doesn't have a vocal component, it's just somatic.
Okay. Roll attack.
Mm-hmm.
18. Oof.
Zephyr's Strike gives me advantage, by the
Oh,
way.
22.
So it's actually...
22, okay.
And she just aims down the line and just fires off. And hits almost dead center, just a bit to the left.
And with that, there's a very neat little hole straight through the straw target and just out the back. And
It's not a bolt for sure, but it will stop them.
So, where do you reckon we can get our hands on one of these?
Nowhere. I made this one this week, and I have another in the works actually.
Bloody hell!
I make them myself, so
Oh, I'm glad you're on our side. Good grief.
oh, I should
You're
mention.
about to become an arms dealer.
I should, and she's just more casually just throwing this off. These things can more or less shoot through plate armor.
I mean, historically accurate.
My
I was-
rifle is sure to shoot through, but I think these will more or less heavily dent them.
Yep.
So, to continue to awe and amaze the the kind of following the small following of guardsmen you've now kind of accrued over the next week or so, kind of practicing your firing at the archery range. What else would everyone like to do?
I have a couple of questions, if that's
Yes.
cool, just quickly before anyone else takes a turn. Firstly, I know you've put the world map somewhere, but I can't seem to find it.
Right, that's in handouts.
No, that's just mainland. There's just a
Oh,
small map. I mean, yeah.
Right, hang on. I will.
Because I was gonna look where Blackridge was, but then it's like, oh wait, no, this is just.
I mean, you can also look in campaign information.
Is it in campaign information? I thought I looked
Mhm.
at it.
Gronk
Very top.
or Gabber just posted it.
Yeah.
in
Oh,
season
right
one.
at the top.
I've
Okay,
not.
yeah, that's why I missed it.
I've not put it in your handouts because you haven't actually received a whole entire.
Yeah,
world
exactly.
map.
We wouldn't have had it. Yeah, but I'm just curious out of character. But second question. Balthazar wants Vellum to work with a Soulstone in a project. So
Yes.
what? Because last time Vellum handled the Soulstone, it leaked. So I'm just wondering. Well, I suppose this would be more a question for you and Atlas, but is it active? Like, is it full?
I don't believe
Oh,
Balthazar.
it shouldn't be.
No, but Balthazar didn't give you an active Soulstone. So
And
you can
secondly,
you can handle it quite easily in with bare skin.
right, and if it was worked with at all, would it present any problems? Like, would it be problematic?
Well, so
It would probably be akin to working with glass in a way.
Yeah, glass or crystal, but I'm thinking like, if I go working with it, is it gonna just something gonna happen?
well, Balthazar, you
Mm-hmm.
did you give him your sword to work with?
I haven't.
No, he just wants to pummel, but I would need to know the measurements.
I'm looking at just getting a pommel that holds it. And basically, would just be
Isn't-
something I could
From
fix on
from
the
what
weapons.
I understand, isn't there also like a kind of like a claw-like formation on the end of your sword?
Yes, that is the case.
Yeah,
Um,
that's what I was thinking when you're handing Vellum
Yeah,
your
it's
sword.
similar idea, but different. He wants it made of gold for some bloody reason.
'cause
Um,
that's the only one I have.
I know
That's the only material I have.
it's the only
You want a
metal
bunch
in the
of copper
entire
coins?
city.
I could get a bunch of copper coins.
But anyway,
So you just
it
want
wouldn't be attached to the sword initially. I would get measurements from the sword and then work with those. But
The only reason why is because my weapons can change a lot. If I have a pommel that I can just kind of like basically clip on.
that's not how pommels work, sadly. So it's gonna be for the sword, and that's all
well,
you're getting until.
it's a very
you get it
strange
up.
sword. It's might work. You never know.
Yeah,
Why
okay,
not?
if it's worth a try.
Why don't you just make it into a sort of lightsaber kind of deal where the handle is sort of fixed, but you can modify it in a slight way?
The problem is,
And-
the way it was described, that he wants it to fit a variety of weapons. Some weapons don't even have pommels, some require different weight distributions, and even if weight isn't a factor, it's going to be a factor, different sizes. It's like, usually when you attach a pommel to something, you have a general size to it.
True.
But either way, all I need to know is that the soul gem isn't going to explode in my face when I work with it.
Because it's an empty kind of inactive soul stone, it's probably not going to do that. No.
Alright, cool, that's all I needed to know. I can get my rolls out of the way while we wrap up with other people.
Okay.
Probably not gonna happen. Probably.
Yeah, I love the probably.
So as you're kind of working with it, Vellum.
It explodes.
Did you? No. Did you gave him your sword, or is he just working on a separate kind of pommel?
Well, the way it works is I will measure the end of the sword to make sure it fits the sword at least, and
Right.
then I'll give the sword back and work on the pommel.
Oh, I see.
Okay.
I should send the image I sent to you to Jenner.
Yeah, because
Yeah,
I've
so-
not received anything.
You've sent it to me. Are you sure you just sent it to me and then not Jenner?
Yeah, I just sent it to Jenner.
Right.
That's the idea. It's got a
So-
little hump. And it's
So
a little
that's
ornament that could go over.
okay. So that's more like a sort of coating of gold around the claw-like pommel.
Well, I could imitate the thing, but basically that's the basic end result.
Okay.
Because I had the thought of a removable pommel that would have like a little clasp that would go over a swell at the end of the handle to make sure it couldn't move. And then it's just tightened on with that clasp. And that it could hold the gem. Since I can have a lot of weapons, and the weapons can kind of be just sort of,
Right.
used because the class feature. That way I could have something that, it wouldn't require a specific item to be bound since I get lots
Yeah.
of different items.
Sadly, it wouldn't work like that.
My-
the best I
my-
can do is interchange on the road.
Because
Mhm.
my original understanding of it, of your weapons, Balthazar, was that you had there was an already kind of established empty claw on the pommel.
Correct. That's how it was for the sword. Yes.
I think
So
he
we can
originally
definitely-
planned to have something in there eventually.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
mean, we can definitely do that. I'm just trying to find a way for somebody to make something and work it that way.
Okay.
The best Valen can
just-
do right now is stick it to this sword. If you have another weapon further down the line, he can make it fit that one, but it's not going to be an easily
Okay.
interchangeable thing.
Sure, we can just do that if that's easier.
Yeah, I'm going to make my rolls now, so...
Okay.
Do you want me to turn off talking to myself, or should I just talk to myself?
Well, sure. Go ahead and make your rolls. Actually, try not talking to yourself this time. Just
Alright.
out in.
I love
public
that.
so you
I
can
know
all
it's
see
a
it.
technical phrase, but talk to your. No, that's not it. It's talking to yourself.
Yeah.
No.
Nearly's
Um,
Nearly's on their way home.
I'm gonna scroll up and find what I actually typed in. Talk to myself, not yourself.
Yeah.
That's what I would
Just
do.
make sure we can all see the roll as well.
Yeah, there we go. I am no longer talking to myself. Hooray! It says hooray. Okay. Just to run it by you, Janer. These are the specifications I've given because of the rough size and difficulty of the pommel. I made it a 3. The ornament, for example, was sort of difficult but singular, so it was like a 2. I've compared it to things of similar size and difficulty. So, and the
Granted.
two is separate for dual crafting for setting the soul stone in properly.
Okay.
Granted, you're trying to make a pommel for a ambiguous type sword deal.
I mean, it's the sword. Balth's gonna give him. It's like, okay, it will fit this. There you go. Anyway, rolls time because I'm taking up everyone's time with more rolls. Okay, so.
Damn.
Okay. 2 of that.
Damn.
So the pommel's complete. That's 1 day gone.
Hmm.
Uh,
And as you're kind of working with this both this kind of soul gem and the now kind of golden pommel as you attach it to the sword. The
Fucking free for free.
There we go. And that gives me 2.5 days spare. So results.
as you kind of bring the soul stone closer to the sword, the eye on the crossguard creaks open.
Right.
And the
do I
slit-
notice this?
Sorry,
Do I notice this?
it's very obvious. Yes,
Right. Well, I am
and the
pulling that soul stone away from it. Then.
the slitted eye kind of rotates towards the soul stone and widens.
Okay, definitely pulling the soul stone away from that. I'm just gonna leave the completed pommel off to the side.
Okay.
Balth can put it on in his own time. I'm not messing with that magic shit.
Just alright. Oh, okay.
Okay, no, that's no.
Sword's not supposed to have eyeballs.
Yeah, fucking sword staring at me while I'm trying to finish a job. But yes, that is that job complete, and I'm gonna
Okay.
work on the armor. I'm not gonna be able to finish it, obviously, but you know, I'm just gonna do these rolls to myself. Yeah, well, not to myself. I'm just gonna do these rolls and knock them out quick for the sake of
Okay.
progress. So continue on to somebody else.
Grunker, what are you doing
Yeah,
this
he's
past
probably
week?
gonna.
2 weeks.
Yeah, 2 weeks. Yeah, he will probably keep training Webby to get some
Okay.
sense on that little rascal.
So,
yeah.
you're with your training, you are able to train it to do a number of tricks. There's a come
great.
and heal.
Yeah.
There is fetch. There is ride. Perform. Find. Work. Help. Deliver or hunt.
Do I get to pick on one of those?
Yep, whichever one you want.
Probably. Do you have a list of those?
All right, hang
I'll
on.
do that.
I'll paste them in Roll20 for you.
Yeah, okay. I've already kind of forgotten. Wait, it's not 20 of them. And that one. You gotta post it in Roll20 or D&D
Yeah,
1?
I'm just listing them in Roll20.
Oh, right.
There's come and heal. Oh wait, hang on, I'm talking to myself. There we go.
I didn't know how to do that.
Janner.
There we
Did
go.
you just say there's come and heal?
Yes. As in,
Training a spider.
as in, come to me and stay in front of me.
Yeah, heal in the stay sense, not heal as in healing.
Alright, I need to get my mind out of the gutter.
Oh. I thought you were confused about the heal part, but no, you were focusing on the come part.
I mean,
Gotcha.
I think it's probably gonna be the common heal.
Okay.
Because...
Hmm.
Yeah.
So, what would you?
Shut up.
How would you like to do so?
Probably by a whistle, a kind of whistle
Okay.
that would be able to be recreated on the ocarina for added effect and volume.
Okay then. I will say for this, if you're playing like a whistle kind of recreated on the ocarina, I would say make a performance check with your ocarina, or just roll
What?
roll the ocarina.
No.
24. Very nice.
Aye.
Okay, then make an animal handling check with advantage.
There comes 2 natural ones. There's anything up there. Yeah. Never
That
going
is-
to work.
I mean, you seem to get the basics of come and heal. He does come to you at first, but then he seems to kind of lose interest along the way. He kind of makes his way back to the spider web.
Hmm.
Although the ocarina did seem to help quite a lot.
Yeah. I guess. I guess it's mostly gonna spend time until that works.
Okay. I will say since we're doing like 2 weeks here, make
Yeah,
another
probably not taking it.
yeah, make another ocarina and animal handling check with advantage. Should the ocarina, roll high. Okay. Yeah, make another animal handling check with advantage. So you do. You spend the next day kind of trying to teach him this come and heal trick. It does seem to some of it does seem to take hold. Funnily enough, as you have already done this, and the ocarina kind of lowers the DC on this.
That's good. Alright, so I can finally call him.
I will say make one more pair of checks like that.
Oh boy.
With it? Oh, okay. 14 and...
And then
No, there you go.
Adam. That's a 19.
Oh, no, that's a natural 20.
Yeah.
Yeah. You have successfully taught him come and heal.
Finally, it took like a week. Oh well, that's good. Now I can actually keep some control on him.
Mm-hmm.
To be fair, it's like the blind leading the blind.
I mean, yeah, very nice. You can see.
I meant more in the fact that it's a Grunga trying to teach somebody.
Yeah.
I mean,
And I mean, surprisingly enough, you taught it because of a natural 20. You have taught him to such a degree that you start to feel like a sort of bond forming here.
oh boy.
You no longer need to sort of tempt him with promises of small bits of aging meat.
Yeah, it's good. Likes it soft, tender.
Yeah.
Okay. How long did that take?
That took about 3 days. Yeah,
Okay.
about 3 days.
So I would probably like to spend like a week trying to read the healing books.
Okay.
So what would that be? Would that be like 7 intelligence checks? Or how you gonna do it?
I'm gonna let me see actually. Feel free to talk amongst yourselves as I check my notes here.
I'm just
Okay.
trying to find Blackbridge. This is a big ass movie.
So, who's prepared for Morky to have the first armed city guards with guns?
You are literally at arms trader now.
Yes, Salyun is just a fucking arms dealer.
Yeah.
Anyone
I
ever
love it.
seen that Nicolas Cage movie, Lord of War?
No, I feel like I should though.
I
That's
haven't
basically-
seen the movie. I've been meaning to, but the fucking startup to it after the whole fucking bullet sequence thing is just painful.
I mean, that's the entirety of the of the movie.
I mean, it's
It's
a
like
Nick
one
Cage
big
movie. It's gonna be
establishment.
painful.
It's actually
Yeah.
a really good movie. I
So
honestly
is
would think it's
Next.
one of his best.
Next is a really good Nick Cage movie.
But yeah, and don't worry, Sao is not gonna teach them how to mod them.
Just basic bitch shit.
You get basic package. That's it.
Fuck are
No
these
fucking
mountains?
fancy schmancy shotguns for them.
Jesus. This world is so
So-
big, I can't even find where we are right now.
We are.
The problem is I zoom in, but then it zooms in like
Yeah, if you click with the mouse, that's where you zoom in.
Control scroll wheel.
yeah,
that's
I know that still changes it in general on the screen, but it's just like in order to read anything, you have to be zoomed in. But then, yeah,
I suggest you actually download the picture itself and open it up in a.
oh no, it's fine on the browser. It's just when you zoomed in, you can read it, but
Huge.
then you've got to zoom back out to sort of
Okay,
see the
Grunker,
scope of it.
I'm going to ask you to make 7. No. 5. You had like a herbalist kit, didn't you?
Yes. Well, I have a couple of healer kits.
Okay. So I'm going to ask you to make 5 medicine checks for me as you're studying this this book throughout the following few days.
Yeah, I have 2 books.
Oh, 2 books, yes.
Healing for Dummies and Soul Saver's Ledger of Herbalism.
Yes.
Right, so 5 medicine checks.
Yes. Okay.
Right.
So
Not worse.
not bad, not bad. Although the average rolls there. It's like if you sort of yeah, overall that's like pretty average.
Yeah, probably.
To be fair, he is a goblin trying to
Yeah.
train a spider.
Yeah.
No, this is a goblin trying to teach a goblin.
It's trying to
Oh,
learn
right.
medicine.
Yeah. He's reading his book.
If there was like levels of proficiencies here, I might be able to.
Also, while Janer's looking for that, I realize how terrible my bit with Nadala might have come across. I literally just said, "Oh, not much. I haven't really properly said goodbye," and then I gave her a platinum coin, which could have come off as like, "Here you go, love."
Yeah,
There was a lot of silent eye rolling. I just want you to know.
Yeah, I
kinda-
am
I
fully
thought-
aware. Thank you for not verbalizing the eye roll.
Yeah, I sat in my car and was like, okay, that's how you're gonna do it.
Look, it seemed nice at the time, but then I realized tossing a coin to her might have seemed. I'm glad it went across the way I intended. Let's just
Yeah,
say
I
that.
mean,
Did it? She might have like been like, okay, cool. Like she's a pirate. I'm surprised you were trying to be as emotionally attached. or, like,
it
hinting as
wasn't
it-
really an emotional attachment. It was like curiosity, and then it was like, well, I mean, didn't properly say goodbye. So here you go. I have something to remember me by since you gave me something.
Yeah, who properly says goodbye to like a one night stand? That's what
Well, I
I'm
mean,
getting
I'd like to think they were sort of.
I mean, if
Slightly
she thought
friends.
that, yeah, I mean, if she thought that, you probably wouldn't have left the rose there. Or the
Well,
tower.
maybe she's like one of those swing from the fucking rafters, haha types. But no,
Fine,
it seemed like sort of the start of a friendship sort of thing because they were getting along. They were just having a nice drink. Sure, it went somewhere different, but they're obviously getting on well.
I just find it funny that Vellum apparently, I mean, to me, invested a lot more, or like put a lot more into it than she likely did. She just like, I'm gonna leave port tomorrow morning, like one night stand. Fuck it, let's do this. And you just like, I felt like we were developing a bond, like a friendship. It's like you're one of those guys. Poor Vellum.
No, it's just, hey, if anything, mine is less weird than hers. She got a rose from fuck knows where and left it on the pillow.
Yeah, and you just paid her for her services that night.
It did not come across like that. It did.
Are you sure?
I'm very
Did it?
sure. You don't. You don't.
I mean, she did blush a bit. I'm sure the intent was.
I imagine she's very perceptive, and it wouldn't have made sense for it to just be like, "Here you go."
I mean, if I was her, I'd be like, "Oh, platinum coin. Yeah, sure. That was a great night. It was good."
Yeah,
Like-
I didn't realize it until like as time went on. I was like, "Oh, that could have gone very wrong."
Hilarious.
Yeah.
I mean, he didn't put a lot of effort in. He literally just like, "Oh, psst, there you go."
Yeah. I
She
think-
went out to a florist, found a rose, came back, put a rose on the pillow. Unless she happened to have a rose with her for some reason.
Yeah.
Might have just
I
been in
mean,
the
I
room.
think-
Y'all were both really drunk.
Yeah. I mean, I think if you had handed her the coin, it would have been better. But just like flicking it to her was a bit like, oh, okay.
Well, it was sort of like a show and then flick, but yeah, it so could have come across very badly. And I'm glad that Jenner was nice enough to have her realize that.
Yeah.
Still can't find these fucking mountains though.
Which mountains are you looking for?
I'm looking for the Black Ridge Mountains. Or
Where
Black
is it?
Ridge. I'm looking for any sign of Black Ridge. Maybe it's just a region or a city or. But Black Ridge sounds like. I can't remember if it was Black Ridge Mountains or if it was Black Ridge.
It
I
was
think- I keep
it was
thinking
just Blackridge.
Just Black Ridge. Where did I get mountains from? But I was looking for Black Ridge as a name as well. As
Found
like,
it.
where is it?
You know where Port Mortley is?
Port yeah.
Yeah, it's literally on the other side of the ocean. In the little forest there.
Other side of the ocean, you know, other side of the continent or other side of the ocean opposite?
Oh, opposites. In Kenya.
Kenya. Kenya.
Fucking
Oh,
Kenya.
Kenya.
I mean,
Kenya.
I mean, I like Kenya too. That's just hilarious.
I would like to point out that
it's Kinea.
sure it is.
I would
I'll
like
find
to
it in a
point
minute,
out
don't worry.
that Jenner's map is one of the only maps I've found that take like a real world size into consideration in terms
Oh
of
yeah, I'm
land
jealous.
mass and how big cities are.
Yeah,
Thank you.
the cities on the full Morkley full Malin map are kind of proportionally exaggerated just to make them stand out. That's all.
Yeah, and even then they're hard to see by the naked eye if you just sort of look over.
Scanning, yeah. You gotta
Scanning.
actually look closely.
Okay, so those 5 medicine checks. Overall, I was going by kind of average, average roll. Overall, it was like a 12 for average. So unfortunately, you don't gain proficiency in health kits yet. If you wish to, if you wish to continue to use the rest of these 2 weeks to study, and if you want to make some more rolls, that's entirely possible.
Probably. It doesn't really have much to do.
Okay then.
Let's see, where's the medicine? There it is. How many?
That would be for those 5 medicine checks. Would be for the last 5 days. Let me check here. Okay, so I'm going to ask you to make 9 medicine checks. I know this
Okay.
sounds like a lot, but this is over 2 weeks, and you're kind of making up through that for spending what 1 day of this 2 weeks kind of studying through these 2 books.
Yeah. He's not a fast reader.
Yeah.
9, you said.
Yes.
Oof.
Yeah.
Right.
That's Pharaoh is not gonna help.
So
2 18s.
help me math here. Throughout all these medicine checks, it's 13 plus 8 plus 18. Okay.
Intense math action.
Everything together is 92. If that's what you're asking.
Including the 5 ones we already did.
No, not including those.
Right. Okay.
That was a 12, I think, is it?
Okay. So, unfortunately, yeah, the average here. That's an 11, unfortunately.
That's a shame.
This is me just trying to devise a way to let players kind of develop kind of skill proficiencies.
Yeah.
It's probably not the best way. I'm open to.
Oh, they actually have that in the handbook.
Oh,
it
they
takes
do.
a
Yeah.
Did we talk
takes
about
a
this last
really
time?
long time.
Right. Okay.
250 days.
Yep.
Right.
And like 10 gold per day or something.
I think it's 1 gold per day, but still, it's a long. It's the time really that is the cost.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, if you are willing to contribute 1 gold a day, you can. You can perhaps develop this healing kit proficiency.
That'll be 14 gold.
Yes, that'd be 14 gold for the past 2 weeks.
Right. I mean, sure.
Okay. Perhaps there's a way to keep track of this as well.
Could make a skills handout for Grunka. I feel like he's going to be learning and teaching things. Would be a good place to store
Yeah.
all that info.
I will do that now, actually. Feel free to talk amongst yourselves while I do this.
You got a lot done.
Yeah. I mean, it's a 2-week skip. so
Oh yeah,
that's
I know
nice.
it was a skip, but I'm glad we got basically everything ancillary that we needed to get done. And it
Yeah.
wasn't just all like drudge work and rolls. There was actually stuff going on as it was happening, which is nice. Also,
By
I
the
have
way-
I have some scale mail left over, some secondhand scale mail if anyone wants it.
It's heavy armor, isn't it?
I might actually need it if I'm proficient in it.
It's
seeing
medium
as-
armor, so you should be alright.
It's medium, yeah, okay.
Unless you can only use light armor as an artificer, which doesn't make sense. What are you wearing at the moment? Okay, that came out wrong. What armor are you wearing at the moment?
I'm wearing leather currently.
What is your check your proficiency? Because This would be quite the step up.
Sorry, how much gold did you say it was to fully train a tool proficiency?
250.
Right. Okay.
1 per day.
That could be a long-term goal for Grunka. To learn
Yeah.
and be smart, Gobbo.
Proficiency it's very powerful.
I mean, I am at level like 8. Because you're gonna get the healer trait.
There you go.
And it's like 3 levels away, so
It's something
Probably
to
not.
shoot for.
yeah, it's gonna take a while. So might as well do something worthwhile.
Yeah.
Sorry to say, Sable, but I don't have proficiency in medium armor by standard.
That is strange.
Okay. So, what else
guess
would
you
you like
can.
to do, Grunka?
It's probably gonna because taking breaks from Webby and studying. It's probably gonna go out, preferably during the evenings or nights.
Yeah.
And just kind of wander around town, both to kind of memorize it because of this like wanderer trait thingy.
Yeah. Okay.
And just kind of have a wander, check
I'm
around.
sick of your shit, Webby.
Yeah, take some fresh air and just
Janet,
night
Yeah.
wander.
one of the guards that first wanted to try and fire Sal's gun. What was his name? You called him something, and the name escaped me.
Evan.
Evan. Yes.
Evan. That's E V.
EVAN.
All right. I'm bad with names, so I want to get that down right because he might be a potential ally. So, get to know people.
So, throughout the next couple of weeks, Grunka, you do manage to get quite a good layout of Port Mockney. I will see about creating a impromptu map for next session. So I'll put that.
Would be good to have.
Yeah. I'll put that on my list. What else was there to do? There was also
Nope. Streamview just left and came back, so I
Oh.
don't know if that's affected anything.
I think there was also there's a couple of things. There was looking to get official recognition. There was also looking over that contract from this contract of sponsorship. I think there was
Slavery.
those were two major things.
Yeah.
There was also we've done that.
How the fuck do you spell Morkney again?
Morkney. Damn it, Vellum.
Oh,
Thank you.
no, that's not meant to be in character. Whoops.
That's
That's how I remember it because it's
There's
pork.
also the big project you were looking to retrieve, the Vellum.
My half plate was that big project, and I finished it.
The other one.
You're gonna have to refresh my memory there.
I'll DM you.
Dang it, Sable.
I don't remember. My only big project was the half plate, I think. Oh right, yeah, that thing. Yeah. Well, everyone knows about that. So.
Oh right.
So we
okay.
can't have nice things.
Yeah, not in character, but everyone out of character knows about it already. Yeah, I guess I'll go check on how that's doing.
Okay.
See if it's done.
So
But yeah,
to-
as a side note, if anyone wants that scale mail, message me and they can just take it.
so
It's nothing special. It's secondhand, but it's made by Vellum. So
to keep things very brief, you make your way out of town to the gentleman that sells all of these carts. This is kind of coming near to the end of the 2 weeks now, and you do find this gentleman, he's pulling, he seems to be putting on the final touches. Polishing, kind of like polishing and sanding all of these like fine details into the kind of undercarriage. And he says well, looks like it's all done.
I'm going to inspect it thoroughly.
Make a perception check. Or depends
Ooh.
how thoroughly. If this would be a perception or an investigation check.
Well, I've already made them roll now, so
Yeah.
let's just go with that.
So overall, it's probably not the it's probably not a carriage fit for royalty. It looks functional and comfortable, probably enough to fit an entire family's worth in there, actually.
Is it sturdy? Is the main question, because I'm going to be getting a lot of use out of this.
Okay. Or if you head in, you see what looks like what you imagine to be the kind of like a how would you describe it?
For lack of a better term, and in a very unflattering way, it's a caravan, right?
It's like Bilbo Baggins' home kind of converted into a caravan, essentially.
That's fucking. My memory
It's
must
one
be
of
off
those,
because I remember
gypsy
it sounds
type
like
caravan things, right?
Sorry.
it's basically a huge, like a big carriage with a bed in it.
Yes.
But
It's got this very sort of homely kind of autumnal theme to the colouring, the interior decorating, you gather those. The amount of money for the amount of money you spend on it, it's been put to use very well.
Good. But yeah, he's basically giving it all the once over. Obviously, it's all up to snuff. So he's satisfied with the work. And also, as a side note, out of character, we still haven't gotten those fucking horses.
You have not, no. So you have
You guys completely forgot about the horses.
I mean, we had a huge discussion in D&D 1 about it.
Yeah, but did we actually do anything about it?
I mean,
you've not done anything
that
about
was
it.
like half the party wasn't really there to care about to buy the horses. They're not quite as invested.
I guess. I mean, it's you guys made such a fuss about the horses, and then nobody went and fucking got them in the past 2 weeks. Oh dear. Anyway, well, I think that's pretty much Vellum's last matter of business.
Yep.
For his stay here.
Okay.
I mean, he's got some work to do on that refitting, but he can do
Yeah.
that on the road.
And since you do not have any horses with you for now, he's going to kind of keep it in his sort of kind of like a expansive backyard where it's got all of these kind of carts and carriages he's also worked on in the past. Kind of.
Yeah,
kind
I
of-
remember when we came to
yeah.
Brent when he showed us the lot.
Yeah.
What? How many days would it be from our sort of not deadline, but end of the 2 weeks? Like, what day would this have been? How many away?
I would probably say about a day, a day away from the end of this 2 weeks.
And how long a trip away was it where we left our horses?
It was since you were kind of moving through all manner of like dense foliage, kind of off the beaten path. It took a while, about a day's travel or so.
So taking the fastest way, how long would it take?
Probably about 6 hours.
On foot or on horse?
On foot, I reckon.
Oh, fuck it. I mean, something's got to pull these, so Vellum's gonna go out and get them, I guess.
Okay.
Take an entire day just getting the horses back.
So you do.
Well,
so
assuming they're even still there, because let's be honest, it's been
Yeah.
a long time.
I mean,
That's-
compared to
grass.
Vellum, it would make good for him because now he's actually getting outside and using the rest of his body instead of just his arms.
I mean, gotta stay small. He used all the other muscles in different ways.
We're not
But
talking
yeah.
about that.
You know what?
okay, so
Yeah, 8 of the horses still there.
well, unfortunately,
Roll a d100, I guess.
No, let's see where Jenna's going with this. It's probably planned.
the horses are nowhere to be seen. Unfortunately, from where you last saw of them, you do see what look like very large humanoid footprints.
Hmm.
Oh, no.
Well, I do not have the time nor the strength of force to go chasing anything down for our horses, so rip horses.
Hey, they can still be alive. Like they killed wild wolves while tied to a
Yeah,
fucking
but
cart.
large humanoids, I'm thinking maybe something on the bigger side, which would probably eat them.
I mean, hey, they could have broken free.
Maybe they just want a little pony.
I just need something to pull my fucking carriage. We can rent horses. I just thought, it's worth looking in to see if they're actually still here, but they're not, so I guess I'm just gonna have a nice leisurely jaunt back to fucking...
Let's be honest. With the kind of work that we do, I doubt that anyone's gonna rent us a horse. I mean, we're adventurers known to get into shit. That horse ain't coming back.
I
You
mean,
need a hefty deposit.
well, unless one of you wants to pull this huge-ass carriage, then...
I mean, maybe you should have had horses before you bought a carriage.
Well, maybe everyone should have remembered that we had horses.
Hey, I'm not taking the blame for this. You had just as
Neither
much
am I.
time
You
to.
guys talked about it, so I assumed one of you would handle it. I was busy enough.
My character is in a cage. I don't even know those horses exist.
I mean, they're not wrong.
Touche. Well, everyone else doesn't have an excuse then.
Yeah.
I mean, if you want, I can try and see if I can take the enlarge spell, and then I can sort of,
Pull it yourself.
that way.
That'd be hilarious, but no. Oh, enlarge Bronca. No, wait, no, they'd be regular person size. That wouldn't work.
Hey, that means you can
Yeah.
actually wield two-handed.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it wouldn't be for long. Well, we can
But-
cross that bridge when we come to it. The important thing is, I looked, our horses are gone, and now I'm just having a nice, leisurely walk by myself out in the countryside, I guess.
Okay.
Hmm.
Hopefully I
Sable
don't
is
get
fucking
mugged.
enjoying a hike. This is so nice. Meanwhile, Vellum's there like, I wish I was back foraging.
I missed my forge. I'm cold.
He's spent the last 2 weeks in the forge. He loves it, but you gotta balance it out with sunlight. Get out in the sun, enjoy the
Okay.
day.
Smell
Kinda-
the fresh air
Hopefully don't
instead
get
of
mugged.
fucking burning coal.
I kind of imagine that meme with the guy standing in the corner, and Valley was like, "I wanna go to my forge. I miss it. I'm cold."
But yeah, Vellum's probably gonna get back in the day since it's
Yeah.
6 hours there and 6 hours back. Yeah, I'll probably just mention to everyone that our horses are not there anymore, and we should probably get new ones.
Mhm. So
No.
Vellum's got his carriage. Who's got his who's got the plate mail?
Hello,
I've got
Nero.
the plate now because I'm currently refitting it.
Right.
I
And
do need to
the-
add it to my inventory though. Thank you for reminding.
And oh, it's
Hello,
a
Nero.
Nero.
It's an
A
error.
mural has appeared.
just in time for your 2 weeks of shit to do.
Yeah, and
Oh,
an incredibly
my.
hungover Nero awakes.
No,
every
no,
Sunday.
Balth cured her alcohol poisoning.
Yeah, but I'm
so
sure
she
she drank
could
some more.
realize the extent of her damage.
I'm sure she drank more after that.
So-
Before we do get to Neril though, what's the
That's
name
what
of
I'm
that plate armor? I remember it having a specific name.
Specific name? I don't. I don't think
It
I
was-
had
Was it just dwarven plate or something?
No, it didn't have a specific name other than
Just the
King
plate
of
of the Dwarven King.
You know, yes, yeah, King of the Jesus. It was the name of the king. It's plate of the
Plate of the Shame King, I think it was.
Yeah.
So, what I miss?
Um,
A lot, I take it.
yes.
A lot, but also not a lot.
Yeah, we got a lot of stuff done, but it was relatively sort of
Yeah.
streamlined.
Not
Sao,
very much happened, but a lot of things got done.
Sao
Yeah.
is being a arms dealer to the guard, apparently.
Ta-da.
Grunka is teaching, has taught Webby how just to come and heal.
Well done.
Yeah.
Vellum got a lot of forging done. He's got new half plate, and Balthazar has many new shinies. In fact, Vellum was going to tell Balthazar not to ask for anything for a while because he's taking the piss of it.
Listen,
Our horses are gone, so we've got to get new horses.
Oh, horses.
Yeah, well, everyone kind of forgot about them. Vellum went to check, and they weren't there. So
Yeah,
They were just very large humanoid footprints.
yeah, so they're probably eaten by
Food.
now.
to be fair, we were dealing with cultists and krakens and shit.
True. Siren was doing much research.
lots of
And-
lots of lore bits in Siren's part.
Yes, very much more.
And was Balthazar being harassed by his nannies?
Surprisingly not.
He's managed to give them something of a juke by saying he has errands to do.
I imagine every morning he's getting pestered by them, though.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
without
definitely.
doubt.
So
Right.
Balthazar, you now have your golden your empty golden kind of claw pommel.
No, it's got the stone in it, but it's
Oh.
not attached to the sword, because the second Vellum was moving it towards it, a creepy eye showed up and is like, nope!
So
So,
it's
Balthazar has his sword back and the pommel. He can
So,
put them together at his leisure.
my understanding was it was a kind of separate soul gem and a golden pommel kind of separate.
I think he wanted them set in the gold pommel. Right,
Yes.
Atlas?
Yes.
Yes, it's separate, but it's separate from the sword, but they're both together. The gold pommel and the inset soldier.
Okay.
Sorry, I know it was confusing with all the technicality. Yeah. Oh, and Nadala goodbyes happened.
Yeah,
Mm.
he paid her for
her.
her time.
No. It
That's
started
what
when
you
she
mean.
wasn't there when he woke up, which makes sense because he didn't wake up till midday.
Yeah,
She
that's
left
the
a
reason.
rose on the bed, which was weirdly romantic, and it got him curious as to there's obviously more to her going on. And
Maybe
then
she
Tracy
likes me.
well, I mean, there was more going on with her, and he was like, "Oh, well, that's strange." And then he sort of ran into her later on, exchanged a goodbye, and he gave her one of the Dwarven Platinum coins, but he put his blacksmith mark on it as a sort of keepsake. However, again, in hindsight, afterwards, it just seemed like I paid her.
Yep.
But thankfully, she understood.
I mean, he thinks.
She
Yeah.
acted like there was sentiment.
Yeah, she acted like
But
there
if
was.
she ever needs a platinum, she knows a daddy to go to.
She
Yeah,
smiled,
just don't
gave
want
a peck on the
and
cheek, and
keep
went on
up.
her way. So yeah,
Okay then. So I'm ready. I'm set up on a.
What would
Yeah.
you like to do, Nero?
you have half an hour. Go.
Because
Well-
we still have that contract to sort out, and this official recognition.
Mm-hmm.
Well, going to be mostly doing research while doing the avoiding thing I told you about.
What kind of research?
On that book that dude man gave. I'm blanking on his name at the moment.
Foldred.
The book he gave me. I believe it was called
Radical Blood.
Radical Blood. Yes.
Radical.
So
Gnarly, bruh.
looking through this book a second time, you make an investigation check.
Investigation check. Investigation. Do the collect thing.
I mean, nothing you haven't already kind of researched. You've gotten you've gotten this, you know, from what you can tell, kind of briefly flicking through it. From what you've already gotten is about as much as you're going to get for now.
Damn. Well, then I guess I'll return the book if I've gotten everything out of this book I can.
Okay, so you return the book to the library. In fact, you don't even need to go to the library as you're kind of approaching the tower within proximity. The book vanishes.
Neat trick. And hey. And with that, I'll just wander around town, see if there's anything that seems to be interesting to do.
Okay. Make a investigation check, maybe.
All right. Yeah.
Oof, 24.
Excuse me.
I wish those were reversed, to be honest. Yeah.
Let me see here. So you do see kind of as you're making your way to the marketplace district, you see what looks like a very kind of man stood up on a box in the kind of center of this plaza. There's a small kind of crowd gathered around him, and looks like he's doing these kind of small kind of dazzling magic tricks.
Ooh. I guess I'll go watch.
Okay. So you kind of walk up to this man standing on the box, kind of pushing past some of the crowd, some of which kind of eye you very, very strangely of this random kobold kind of pushing through the legs. You can now see this man and what he has at the ready. Kind of tan skin. This man is kind of dressed in this awfully gaudy overcoat, tinted in places with like patchworks of red and gold. The coat's tails kind of flare up and curl in like a spiral behind him. His hat is kind of wide brimmed, very very nicely fluffed feather at the side, in true musketeer style. His face is very reminiscent of Dustin Hoffman's Captain Hook.
Huh.
You can see he has an all manner of different props and improvised furniture. Some boxes look like they've been currently serving as like chairs. Others like they've been used as like short tables, etc. You can see some children before him, kind of looking wide-eyed as he plucks a small red ball from the inside of his coat pocket. And now behold, as even the wizards of the Polymath College itself would gawk in awe at the wondrous magics of Belandio the Magnificent, as he masters the art of portal magic with one simple trick. Watch now, as this simple ball in my hand transports itself from one cup to the other. Then he kind of pops the ball under one of these kind of simple wooden mugs and kind of swivels them about for a moment and kind of takes out what he's trying to pass off as kind of like a magic wand, but it looks like just like a well-crafted twig, and he kind of taps all 3 cups one by one. Now then, where is the ball, little one? He kind of gestures to one of the children. You see this group of children discuss amongst themselves and kind of point to one of the cups. That one. Then he kind of leans down and plucks away the mug. Nothing underneath. Ah, I'm sorry, but the magical mastery of Belandio the Magnificent once again proves too quick for the mortal eyes. Then he lifts all 3 to reveal no ball.
Is it possible if I can make like a perception check to see if I can spot where the ball went?
Sure. As you're kind of peering closely, one of the children goes, "What? Who are you? What would you do?" "Ah, I am what you would refer to as a master of arcane illusions. I can befuddle the minds of anyone. For one simple gold piece, you can test your mind against the skills of Belandio the Magnificent. Your wit against this single, evasive, ethereal ball." And with that, he kind of gestures with his hand, kind of flicks it a little, and the ball appears in his hand.
Can anyone participate in this little game of yours?
Why, yes, of course. Would you like to? Simple
would try
gold
my-
piece.
Sure. I can do that.
Very well. And with that, he takes a gold piece.
You
Very good.
fuck.
Very good. Now then, let me introduce you to your foe. This ball, crafted from the very essence of the Spirit Grove itself, can be one place or the other, both at the same time, or in neither. Touch it, and it may disappear should it see fit. You will see what happens when I place it here. And with that, he kind of places it beneath the wooden mug and begins shifting all 3 back and forth, inwards and outwards, side to side in a blur of motion. Make a perception check.
Perception check.
Yes.
Do I have advantage seeing as something that sleight of hand would be related to, and I probably have done something similar myself?
It doesn't work that way.
Yeah. So perception.
Yes.
I'm gonna spend my inspiration because I
Okay.
haven't in a while. Does anyone remember what inspiration die I had?
1d10.
Ah, thank you.
Ten. Well, it's
Really?
apparently Belandia the Magnificent. The ball evades your eyes quite easily in this blur of motion. Now, where exactly is this spirit ball?
So there are 3 options, I take it?
Yes, there are 3 cups, 3 mugs.
Center, I guess, seeing as I can't really think of anything that I could... Because this won't count as treasure, would it?
From what he showed of you, it just looked like a simple kind of wooden ball, kind of painted red.
You know what? I'm going to use investigation to see if I can narrow down which, cup it's in.
I mean, you can't exactly call for like a skill check. That will be the DM's job.
Oh, I was going to say, well, then can I?
I mean, it was
Isn't that what
based.
the perception check
It was
was
based.
for?
Yeah, that was what the perception roll was for.
Then, yeah, I guess middle, seeing as I have no
Yeah.
idea.
And with that, he lifts the cup. The ball nowhere to be seen. Then he lifts the other 2 cups. The ball is on the left.
I already know what it is he's doing.
Mm-hmm.
Sly motherfucker.
It would seem that Balandio the Magnificent has baffled your mind once again.
One more try.
Very well.
Nearly got a bright idea from the ping.
There'll be another goal, please, miss.
Alright.
Okay. And with that, he sticks the ball beneath another cup. Make a perception check as he moves it in this blur of motion.
Alright. That's performance.
13. You kind of lose track of it halfway through. But you seem to start gathering an idea of how he's doing this, though it's hard to keep track of. It seems that
Seems that he what? You cut off.
he may be moving it kind of in the midst of moving the cups, but you're not sure. It is hard to keep track, and you're kind of pondering this. You've lost track of the ball. Now, little miss, where is the spirit ball?
The left one.
As he lifts the mug, once again, it's disappeared from your view. He lifts the middle cup. There's the ball. I'm sorry, but it would appear that the forces of the Spirit Grove are unfavorable to you this day. Perhaps a mischievous sprite has made its way into this realm, ladies and gentlemen, and is playing tricks on this young kobold. And the crowd just kind of lightly chuckles.
I don't know what to do at the moment.
I really want to say what he's doing.
I'm
But
trying
I'm not
to
there.
think. Is he like doing something like minor illusion or possibly mage hand? No.
Make an insight check.
Oh,
Yeah, because I was going to try to figure out if there was a way for me to mess him up with my own minor illusion or
Yeah.
mage hand.
Yeah, make an insight check.
Does not try to do my metal detector. 20.
20. This guy is a fucking fraud.
wait, investigation or insight?
No,
Oh, wait, did I click the wrong thing?
you
Ah.
did click the wrong thing.
Okay. Well,
Just change your modifier.
Hey,
Yeah,
that's
this
better.
guy's a fucking fraud.
I know he's a fraud.
Yeah, what for? As you see him continue this charade with a few of the other audience members, you can see slowly making your way around back. He seems to be plucking very much sleight of hand. He seems to be plucking the ball out from underneath the cups and kind of briefly ducking it into his sleeve, and then kind of moving it into another cup.
Okay then.
And you see him kind of talking to another one of these children who's brought up a gold coin from their parents. Can I play? Of course you can. Let's see if we can test your mind against the forces of the Spirit Grove. And with that, he dips the ball underneath the mug, kind of shuffles it around a bit, and you can very much see he kind of plucks the ball out from the left cup, puts it in the middle one as he finishes shuffling. Now then, little miss, where is the spirit ball? And she, the little girl, kind of ponders to herself.
Hmm. Is there a way I can like subtly hint to the middle one?
Make a sleight of hand check.
I'm good at that. Not this time though.
But yeah, sadly the little girl is too invested upon peering at these wooden mugs to pay you much attention. The left one.
The second that she says the left one, I want to do a minor illusion where the guy can't see me to make a mimic of the ball appear under that.
Okay. Okay. This would be sleight of hand again. Making another sleight of hand check. 16. Okay. So the gentleman kind of lifts up the mug. Looks to be a red ball in the center there. And he says, I'm afraid you're. You found it, yeah. And then he
My goodness.
Then he kind of lifts up the far left mug. There's no ball there. Then he kind of lifts up the middle mug and then. Wait, what? Wait, hold on.
It seems this sprite took pity on this girl.
It would seem that way, yes.
Fucking shyster.
So, go on, give her her gold.
Very well. He kind of gives the girl her gold back, begrudgingly.
Wait, she just wins the gold back? Doesn't get more? Rip off.
It's more for the spectacle, I think.
Yeah, it does seem to be more for the spectacle. Yeah, you gather, Nero, that this guy's a shyster. And
It's the fucking perfect scam. He doesn't even lose anything when he loses.
Yep.
Uh-huh.
And with that, he seems beyond to you. He kind of looks over his shoulder and kind of narrows his eyes at you, and says, "Well, I'm afraid that the energies of the Spirit Grove have left this place. So, for now, I bid you all adieu." And with that, he begins to pack up.
And I'm guessing everyone else leaves.
Yeah, by now the crowd has kind of dispersed, and some of them are kind of smirking at the this guy's been shown who's boss.
I would say you should confront him about it.
I was going to anyway. So, interesting trick you did there.
Yes, quite. If you wouldn't mind, I would. I have other places to be. I must.
You know, I could technically report you to the guards for the scam.
That won't be necessary. I see. It's you are. I mean, it's the spirit of the game, you know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but when the spirit of the game just happens to also get you coin at the expense of others.
I mean, is that not business as it is? This is a service I'm doing for people. I
Not quite.
am granting them a sense of awe, a sense of wonder.
Yeah. If that was what you were truly after, you would have done it for free.
I need to. I have a family to feed.
I'm going to insight this man.
Okay,
Yeah,
make an
poor
insight check.
22.
He's bullshitting. He's bullshitting pretty hard.
Well, funny thing is, over the past few months, I've learned to be very good at lying and to tell when people are also lying. And you, sir, are very bad at it.
Well, I need to make money somehow.
Yeah. There are repairs that need to be done. You could help and fix the dock.
I'm no carpenter. I'm no good at working with wood. That's not my trade.
So what is your trade then? Scamming people over?
Well, fine,
How about-
fine. I've just don't report me to the guards, please.
I'll make you a deal. Hand over the coin you gained, and find yourself a proper job. And then I won't report you.
Make a persuasion check.
Straight up extorting.
At at advantage. Or just
Sure.
straight up?
I'll say with advantage because considering the position he's in right now, he's been caught. He's on the
been
rocks. Yeah.
24.
Perception.
Damn it!
Yeah.
Read your
Oh, I-
skills before you click them.
I'm out back this. I haven't done this in a bit.
He did roll an 18. He's just applying the wrong modifier. So he could 6 right now, just 18
So
plus
it would be
instead, whatever his-
25 instead of 24
Right. Okay.
if we just swap out modifiers. Blech.
Okay. So he kind of rummages around in his coat and kind of pulls out what looks like a fairly hefty sack of gold.
Officer would be proud.
Alright then. Now, go get yourself a job, and if I ever see you doing this kind of stuff again, lights a little fire on my finger, you're gonna get burnt butt.
That won't be necessary. Fine. Just take it. Just take it. And he just kind of drops it on the floor in front of you.
And with that, I take it and head off to find at least as many people who got scammed as I can. And
Okay.
return their gold.
Okay. Ooh, okay. Then make
Balthazar is no longer proud.
Hey, I'm not gonna be able to find everyone who got scammed.
Yeah. I'll say. Make a general charisma check.
General charisma without advantage. So remove that.
Yeah. Without advantage.
Charisma. 19.
So you do manage to come across some of the kind of recently dispersed folk who have as you were kind of dealing with this gentleman, kind of looking around the crowd. You do see a few familiar faces. You don't find all of the people who have been tricked by this person, but you do find maybe about half. So what was once a bag of say 50 gold is now a bag of 25 gold.
Alright. That's still alright.
So you now have a small bag of 25 gold.
Mm-hmm. And then I'm going to tell Elise and the guards who are nearby to keep an eye on that man. And then head back.
Okay, and the guard sort of responds to you and says, "Oh, that bloke again, fucking hell.
Yeah.
He's been in and out. He's been shook him. He's a right scumbag. He is. Don't worry, we'll keep an eye on him.
Thank you. And with that, I shall head back to the decent descent
Okay.
after altering myself to look like a different kobold in case of some people are there.
Okay. So, by the end of this said week, what else would you all like to do?
I think
Probably-
it's gonna be just Nero now.
Yeah. By the end of
Yeah.
the week, Sau's gonna probably spend a bit more time in the company of the guards who are interested in the firearms, and sort of talk them through and get to know them better. Sort of
Okay.
establish a sort of friendship, if you will.
Okay.
Is Nero avoiding the party?
Oh yes, completely. Like, as going as far as to alter her appearance with alter self.
But you realize
dude.
there's not many kobolds, and the fact that you're probably like, are you going to a different room? Like, you're gonna have to pay for like, just altering
you
what you
bugging
look as a
yourself?
kobold isn't. I mean, no, fine, that's fine. We're just gonna like do
Yeah.
you.
Let's just roll with
it. Yeah.
I know, it's just funny. It's like, since it's technically not you, they're gonna ask you
mean-
to pay.
Yeah, that's. I was wondering that myself.
Unless they are in on it.
Are you gonna tell them?
I'm going to tell the barkeeps that, hey, I made stuff really awkward with my pie, so I'm going... Oh, yeah. Hey, I was just going to inform the patrons that I made stuff awkward with my party, so, I'm have the same room, and I'm not going to charge again, but I will be hiding as different people. So,
And
yeah.
Savasha, the kind of matron of the decent descent, she says, she kind of replies, gives you a strange look and says, and replies, very well. I won't ask questions.
Thank you. It's awkward enough as it is without explaining it to a complete stranger.
Quite. And she
Yeah.
goes about her business.
Okay.
Have a room?
She was sleeping in your room.
She was sleeping in
partying-
Sal's room last.
Oh yeah, that's
Yeah.
yeah, the double orcs.
Yeah, but enough rooms were bought that Neil could have one herself.
Ah,
She
okay.
just chose not to sleep in it. So yeah. I'll be in that room now.
Okay. So as the day comes to an end, what are you all kind of meeting back at the decent descent?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. I will have Balthazar there, and he will be probably there for a good bit, because once he was done with his buddy, he wouldn't need anything, so he might just be lingering there at a table with a drink, working on a contract.
Trying
Okay.
to avoid
Again.
So, shall we get this contract out of the
Someone's
way?
got to be consistent.
By the way, what point in time are we? Because we sort of darted back and forth a bit in the timeline. Or is this just role playing at key points
this is
now that we've got the
this
fluff out of it?
is more role playing at get key points really,
Alright, fair enough.
and
So this is the further on back in the first week.
Yeah.
Okay.
so we're coming to the end of the first week, I suppose.
Get this fucking contract out of the way then, unless you want to do it out of session, because it's a contract.
I'm kind of down for that. Basically, well, like as interesting as it is to just literally write out contracts, let's just summarize it and say like we don't want to be beholden to, like, we don't want to be slaves to her.
Yeah, because the
Like-
whole crux of it was talking to her about it and seeing what terms could be changed.
Yeah, I mean we can definitely do that. Like we can go and have RP moments.
Yeah, I think that's a Siren Balthazar job.
Yeah.
Yeah,
This
if
also-
somebody's not interested, he was just there for like initiating roleplay. I'm not saying let's work on the contract. We've had enough of that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In that case, Siren, upon returning, let's see, she would have.
If you like, if you like, you can talk to her.
Oh no, yeah, I'm just kind of parsing out what time she would have come. Okay, so about maybe middle afternoon, she'd kind of come back in, and upon seeing Balthazar where she knew he would be, she kind of comes up and sits down. So you wanted to discuss some magical enchantments?
Yes, I have questions for you. It's in relation to the job that I've had done by our good blacksmith. You see, I've had him start working on a pommel. It's something to affix to my weapon. I hope it would be able to facet gems, if you understand.
Any particular type of gems? Gems that we came into possession while we were
Yes,
avenging?
the same adventurous gems. The very cold to touch ones.
And you wish to affix such a gem to your blade, or the pommel therein?
Yes, I am thinking that I need to find a proper way to activate this gem. It may require certain spells, components. Right now, I'm experimenting with affixation and runes. My first attempt will be a series of runes in a very favorable dialect to the weapon. Perhaps words of power, enchanted, might be a means to activate it. I'm not certain, but I know you are very knowledgeable in these things. Perhaps we could discuss the matter.
It is definitely something that I would be happy to discuss with you. Perhaps not in this setting, and she glances around at the fact that they're in in like the dining area of the brothel. But of course I would be happy to work with some of my knowledge to help you achieve some of yours. I also have come into possession of a few books, and she kind of pats the bag at her hip that has like the books she loaned from the librarian girls, and some help with our local wizard to find a way to discern what others have tried to hide within them. We might at some point have to go about another adventure outside the continent of Malin to find such powers that I seek.
I would be very interested to perhaps explore some of these things. God, I keep going Russian.
Which is why I just stuck with like casual, normal, because I know.
Yeah, no. Accents are hard.
But yes, it's well definitely. I don't know. Some of it might interest some of our party, like the ancient Orcish Empire. Some might interest others, like the realm of giants. So it really depends. There are many sources that I need to check with in the next coming week before I truly will find wait, no, hold on. Maybe the coming week. before I am ready to determine where we must go, or where I might ask you to accompany me.
You've been through enough that you should know I will help you. If it requires us to go far, perhaps we can convince others to join us. But for your help in my needs, I will definitely assist you in your tasks.
That is
What
what,
else is family for?
of course. What else is family for? Is there anything that you have in particular in mind? You simply want to affix the stone?
I have it affixed to the pommel now. Now I simply need to attach it to my weapon.
Oh. The shadow blade that you seem to be conjuring in and out of combat.
Good Smith said that when it drew near, there were difficulties. As he'll kind of glance around the room in company, difficulties attaching it. Perhaps best left to me, which is very
his
interesting.
Well, given his realm of expertise, it doesn't surprise me. He doesn't seem to be one who dabbles much in the arcane. But, yes, I also have been curious as to what all we can do. Our last ritual that we had, what was it? The ritual that we interrupted in the catacombs. Has given me
yes.
some ideas that I'd like to try out as well. So, yes, given time, space, and a lot of solitude, perhaps we can activate that which you need.
Perfect. If we can do this, I would be exceptionally pleased. I am working much closer towards a personal aspiration of mine, and it requires great wealth, a wealth of many resources, this being one of them, another being, of course, goods. We have a new friend, Baz Grazgadur. He's a dwarf with connections to Drovenhold. He is the one I mentioned before that would act as a intermediate to the buyers of our coin.
Oh, so... Simon just kind of ponders for a second. So a carpenter who specializes in fences.
Yes.
Hmm.
It seems that might be the case. Or perhaps these planks are just fine. I know we had some worries about these and how it might be rude to show them to certain people. But he seemed very interested more than he was upset. Perhaps the
Greed
taboo
is-
is not there.
Well, greed is a very good motivator.
Orders are not shy of that.
Very, very true, particularly when this sort of material is involved. So, have you seen any of the rest of our party?
I saw Vellum earlier today.
Hmm.
He's doing well as he can. I haven't seen Oyun.
I heard
Fortunately,
quite a commotion this morning. So,
really.
I assume, yes, it was that weapon of hers exploded or something, and she was cursing up a storm. I think some guards dropped by and she left. I don't know. I don't think she's arrested or anything, but still. So I assume she's busy doing her mechanical things. How about Grunka or Nero?
Seeing Grunka around, he's been playing with his spider, I believe.
That's
I'm surprised that it's not eaten him yet.
still, when it grows larger, it might.
Yeah. That
But
would
who
be both
knows?
hilarious and saddening.
Yes. But who knows? He might be able to befriend it. And we've seen what those spiders can do. So imagine that tiny goblin with one of those huge spiders. You can ride around on it.
I had just the thought. Put him on top of it, cover him with furs and bone, parade him around like some ancient beast tamer.
It would definitely be hilarious. And
Hmm.
possibly beneficial, if used the right way.
The thought of that large spider charging forward, envenomating you, and then losing your head to a very angry, screaming whatever Grunka is, would be enough of a deterrent, I think, for us to win most fights before a weapon is drawn.
Mm-hmm. Definitely. So, the big question. Have you seen Nero?
Not since... Not quite a few days, no.
So, Siren is going to activate her Earring of Sending, which she assumes
Oh,
everyone in our party is attuned to. And she's going to contact Nero.
mm-hmm. What do you say?
Nero, darling, where are you?
I'm in my room, doing stuff.
How have you been? How was your night with that kobold gentleman?
I don't think he knew what he was getting into.
Oh, either that means it ended very well or ended very poorly.
Oh no, it ended well, but not the way he expected. I think he liked it.
But you are okay. We haven't seen you for a couple of days. Is everything alright?
Oh, yeah, just been researching stuff. Yeah.
You want to come down? Balthazar and I are talking. We'd love to have your company.
Sure. And a few moments later, Nero comes walking down the stairs and hops up into a chair.
You see a male kind of yellow kobold, unfamiliar to you two, kind of hopping up in front of you.
Saren's just giving that kind of blank face stare as she just looks at the male kobold. And then after a few seconds, she just like, Nero,
Yeah?
why do you look like that?
Look like... Oh, I forgot to turn it off when I was in my room. And after a few shakes, she just reverts back to her own
What was that
colored
noise?
gem.
Fucking damn it, Ash.
What the fuck that sound? Oh my god.
Colin Walker, goddammit.
Yeah, kind of. Just that, like, what the fuck kind of stare.
So she's taking a shit, but just trying.
This is fucking great.
Yeah, sorry,
so-
I'm just experimenting with my magic.
No, of course. And Siren just kind of reaches over and pats Nero on the hand. It's like, darling, there's no need to be embarrassed about anything. It's like you're that age where things sometimes happen. Emotions, hormones, whatever it is. You'll get over it. The
Yeah.
years
But
bring
have you
experience.
ever spilled your guts in a bar filled with people?
I haven't spilled my guts, no.
So then you don't know what it's like.
Oh, I think I do.
Well, just let me know if you see one of those two show up.
Okay. They might
May
be
I offer a word of
curious.
solace? He just kind of turns because he just interrupted you, and he's just like, "Oh, you want it?" Kind of gestures.
Well, Siren kind of gives like a brief moment of hold on, and then she looks at Nero. So, darling, you can, we'll tell you, but they might find it odd that Balthazar and I, particularly myself, would be talking to a random kobold at our table. So just keep that in mind. And then she just turns and motions to Balthazar to continue.
Yes, thank you. A word of solace. It's only Vellum. Just get a pat her shoulder. Just
Siren actually laughs at
only
that.
Vellum.
What does that even mean?
Somehow, I think that is the meanest thing you've ever said about him since meeting him.
Oh.
No. I mean, you only molested Vellum. Have you molested more people?
I didn't molest anyone.
Siren kind of wipes away a tear.
That's not how you phrased it.
Oh dear.
I meant to say you only molested one person. It could have been worse.
Oh, that's true.
Have you
Oh,
been-
Molest him, though.
I'd forgotten about that. We do need to talk about that.
Not how you phrased it.
Darling, you touched him while he was sleeping.
Yeah, that's normal in my culture, at least in my tribe.
That is not normal anywhere else.
Oh. I'll
That's
If
keep that in
you-
mind.
I mean, you should. If you did something like that in Ragnarok, you'd probably be missing your hands. If not something far worse.
I like my hand, though.
Well,
Balthazar
it's
just
our...
kind of crosses his legs tightly.
Like, yes. Well, as you said, it's our culture, where we come from. The touching of someone against their will is far greater a crime than most other places. So you understand
Unless it's a
how...
slave.
True, but again, slavery is in itself a touchy, no pun intended, subject.
Okay.
It's
so
not legal the other way.
Okay, I'll keep that in mind. The slavery part, too.
Yeah, that's. But the point being, you should be aware that most cultures don't like it when you do things to them. Just in general. They don't like it to be touched or to be called at or anything. Treat them as you would a very sensitive newborn child, that if you do anything to disturb it, it will just explode into a matter of horrible bile that you do not wish to be around. It's the same thing in
So,
principle, but a
You mean how
full-grown
I
man
treat
with a sword.
Grunka?
You
Yes.
imagine Grunka's always angry. Would you just go up and touch an angry Grunka?
I don't touch Grunka normally.
Good.
Exactly. Now apply that to everyone you meet.
Okay, I'll try to keep that in mind.
But of course, for certain individuals, I motion to Balthazar and myself. We have quite a familiar bond. Obviously, I view you as my siblings, and I hope the same back to myself. So, and she kind of reaches forward and pets Nero on the head. We
Tail
have
wags.
some leeway upon contact. Now, I wouldn't want to be unconscious while you return the favor, so just think about it like this. Bodily autonomy. While someone is alive and conscious, you should... Wait. While someone is alive or conscious, ask permission before touching. If they're dead and unconscious, well...
Go
they're
for
just-
it.
If they're just unconscious, don't touch. If
Oh
they're
yeah,
dead,
unconscious. There we go. That's
Yeah.
Don't
So
go for
if
yes.
if they're dead, that's something else, she says with a sly smile.
I'll keep that in mind.
Please do.
A last note: don't touch people who are dead in a crypt without being careful. That's how they get up, even though they're dead. But that's a different matter. It's not a. It's stupid. Don't worry.
What I'm
about
saying is
that.
there's a
It's
lot
just-
of gray areas, but
Yeah.
just try not to touch anybody without their express
Such a
permission.
ham-fisted explanation.
So what you're
Well,
saying
because
is
like they keep realizing like
It's
you're
like,
talking
oh, wait,
about
no,
a warlock,
no,
like an
don't do
evil
that,
warlock
yeah.
and a necromancer, and like they keep thinking about things just like, oh shit, no wait, this is a special circumstance.
Just confusing the poor Nero.
So they're eventually
Yeah.
just like, just don't touch anybody without their express permission.
unless they're dead. So what you're saying is, and Neil smiles in a joking way, is to wait for Vellum to be dead before I touch him.
That is
Oh,
something
no.
very, very different.
I know,
Thank
I'm
you.
just
Oh,
Meanwhile, Sao is just sort of walking in and spots Balthazar and Nero at the table and walks over, sort of in a better mood than she was previously.
And you hear this very strange conversation happening.
Like that last line, literally that last line. So you're
Yeah.
saying I should wait till Venom's dead before I touch him? So
Oh, fucking kill me.
Oh.
No, not like that. Yeah.
Don't worry, Nero's on it.
Oh my.
Sao is
I
just
mean-
standing there, like standing straight up, just looking at the table, just like, what?
Oh, hello, Sal. Welcome back. Come, sit. She pats the table.
I'm
And
not
thus
sure.
Neil stiffens and eyes go wide.
You also see kind of the next table over. What looks like a fairly wealthy kind of lord and lady, kind of looking over to the group with the most expressive face that would indicate an emotion of what the fuck.
It was a joke, okay?
I no idea what you guys are talking about, but I will say this. Don't touch dead people. Please.
We're trying to explain boundaries to Nero.
It seems that for her people, it's fine to touch people while they're asleep and do whatever you want.
So long as you're interested in them.
Exactly.
not
As long as
harmful.
you're interested, it doesn't care if they are. Consent doesn't exist. Just kind of like elbow siren.
Sao is just shaking her head, walking over, grabbing a chair and sitting down, just going, I swear, I will never get the hang of different cultures.
It is.
Yeah, other cultures are weird.
Normally for an orc, you either punch them on the shoulder or in the face.
Why not both?
Never both.
Mixed signals. Siren whispers to Nero.
The
Neil
shoulder,
starts to like write all this down.
in the shoulder, it means you like them. In the face, it means you love them.
Wait. What?
You punch the shoulder to show that you like them and are interested. You punch them in the face to show that they didn't catch the signal the first time.
What's the
Oh.
back of that head mean? You don't know. We'll save that for later.
That just means they're annoying.
What about if you slapped them on the ass?
So, moving on from this from this strange conversation.
Sao
It's
is
fucking
just
train
eyeing.
wreck.
Sao is now eyeing Siren, just going, "Are you really asking me that?"
So,
Gives a very
moving on.
bright, toothy smile.
Moving
So-
on. Moving
Sao
on.
Yun. I
Yes.
want to apologize for how I acted at the bar and what I said.
Should I ask what that persuasion roll was for?
Flirting. No, anyways, continue.
Sao just thinks to herself a bit, just going, "What are you? Oh, it's okay.
Yeah.
You did catch me off guard, though. I will say that. Probably the first time I've been that off guard."
Yeah. I feel like that's how a lot of people were.
Yeah.
So I just want to say I stepped out of line and I'm sorry.
There's a first time for everything. Trust me on that.
Yeah. Hush you.
So, as we continue our fast forwarding in these 2 weeks, eventually, as you all go about doing the things that we've accomplished since we've kind of been darting around in this short time space. So the 2 weeks comes to an end. You all meet back up in the decent descent. Although you see what look like a group of guards kind of standing out the front. One of them kind of see about maybe three guards. One of them kind of comes over to you, Balthazar, and as you seem to be kind of to them you seem to be representing the leader of the group, as it would.
They know me well.
You are expected as at Mokti Fortress. Miss Enton has returned from her leave yesterday and is looking to seek an audience with the Black Hand.
Lovely. When should we hope to arrive?
Well, as soon as possible. Her specific instructions were to make this brief.
Can I look to the others?
Well,
It seems we are short just one man at the moment. Do you need all of us there?
Preferably, yes. If you could possibly find out where your other party members have gone off to, we would be, well, Miss Enton would very, very gladly see you all there.
Do you have the time?
The guard just kind of looks up at the sky. It is noon.
Noon.
No.
It would be difficult to get Vellum away at this hour. Would we be able to meet this evening, just as the sun sets?
It's possible, yes. Once, Miss Enton does have quite a busy schedule as of late. But I'm sure we should. It's It's possible that she would be available this evening. Yes.
Perfect. If we can meet this evening, it would be just lovely. That way you have time to prepare for us coming there, and we can gather our group and make sure we're prepared as well.
Very well. We shall notify her.
Just shy of sundown.
Of course. And with that, the trio of guards make their way off.
Question:
Yes.
Is this the last day, like the very last day?
This is the very last day. Yes.
Oh, I'd be walking back from the horse mission then.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I mean it works out around about the same time, but
Yeah.
you
Yeah.
won't be able to find me until then.
Alright. Just as the guards leave, Sal turns to Balthazar and just goes, "Oh, by the way, I met some friends in the guard's house."
Are we talking real friends, or do I have friends?
Not your kind of. And then she sort of lifts her hands and just sort of quotes in the air, "Friends." Some of them found interest in my firearm when I was out shooting it in. They seem
Good.
interested in them. And the way she words interested is heavily implying they might be buying.
Heavily implying they might be buying.
He'll rub his chin for a moment and then have sort of a near lecherous smile as his hands will come together. I have made a friend who deals with raw minerals. What might you need to make your powders?
Well, funny you should say that. And then she pulls out one hand pistol with a not bleached white but sort of very light toned wood grain. I have made this one. And then she pulls out one that has a darker wood handle. And this one. This is what I've been spending my time with the last 2 weeks.
Is that the one that exploded?
But kinda. I forgot the bloody safety pin on that one, but... And you can just visibly see she doesn't want to talk about that.
Okay.
Either way, moving on. It takes me maybe a week to finish one of this size. In terms of material costs, probably 1,000 gold for 2, so 500 each. That is counting both woods and metals. So
Just how much?
in
much?
rough estimates, 200 gold for wood. I would need to get a certain amount and then start shaving it down into shape. 300 gold for metal, which I would need to shape into the various components. And so forth. In total it takes 500 gold to make one, and then she lifts up one gun. for about a week's worth.
What does it cost you to make, let's say, 20 rounds?
Rounds are cheaper since I only need
Yeah.
a light alloy and gunpowder and lead.
Considering time, guys.
Oh, yes.
Yes, we're wrapping up quickly actually.
All right.
Yes. So, as evening comes, eventually Vellum meets up with the rest of you.
Avoid eye contact at all costs.
I was muted. Sorry.
Oh, there he is.
Right. Got some bad news. We had horses and we don't have them anymore. Went and checked if they were still there, and I know it was a long shot, but they're gone now. So we're gonna need to get some new ones. We plan on getting anywhere.
No trace, no nothing, just gone.
I found some big footprints, big enough that I didn't want to go after them.
Possibly they either ran away and something big came by later on, or possibly they've been eaten.
Yeah, either way, not anything we can do anything about. By the way, is Nero still disguised?
No, but Nero is
Yep.
avoiding eye contact,
Okay, well, gonna leave that
Right.
powder keg alone.
looking the absolute opposite direction. There's an interesting crack in the wall.
So what's going on then? Don't know, talk at once now.
We have been contacted by a series of guards. We are needed for a meeting.
Alright, well, let's get going then.
Okay. So you all make your way over to Morkney Fortress. And
The fortress.
yes.
On the way over there, Sao just pokes Balthazar a bit on the side and hands him one of the guns with the one gun with the darkened handle. This is for you, by the way.
Good.
He's just gonna go up and look at it for a moment.
I don't expect you to actually use it, but knowing that you do magic for the most part and quite heavily relies on it sometimes, I do see the possibility that you might need something a bit more discreet in the terms of magical use, should you ever get into a position where you can't use it.
I was not expecting this. Thank you. I'll just
Don't I'm mostly covering my own ass.
As you kind of make your way through the portcullis, you go through the courtyard. You do see a couple of the familiar faces of the guards. You see Evan Sayun kind of waving as you go by.
Sao waves back.
You all make your way into the through the side of the garrison, kind of up the familiar spiral stairway up towards the familiar meeting chamber. You open the door. The guards escort you to a trio of figures. On the far end of the table is Leasa Enton. I will bring up the image here. If I can find it. Here we go.
The meeting room.
It's only now that I realized that that's from fucking Skyrim.
I think I mentioned that the first time I saw this map or screen.
yes.
Yes, on
With
The only thing that makes me
Remember.
recognize this as Skyrim is the fucking chairs.
Not
For me, it was the
not
chest.
the bread. For me, it was like the fucking weird ass bread. Like all
I
of it.
know those chairs everywhere because they're
Okay,
a fucking
time,
pain in the
guys.
ass.
Time, yes, sorry.
On the far end of the table is Laissa Enton. To her right is Nora Thorne. And to her left, the ever-shady figure of Sean by her side. Laissa says, please, sit. You can see there's a series of 6 chairs kind of surrounding this circular kind of meeting table.
I will sit directly across from her.
Okay.
I'll sit to his right.
Sao will sit to his left, unless
We'll
Nero
sit
wants to
somewhere.
sit next to Balthazar.
Nero, why don't
Yes.
you go sit next to Vellum?
Shit, lord. I was gonna sit wherever. And
Please no.
Nero can sit next to Balthazar.
Is there a problem here?
Oh no, nothing. Just group stuff. Hey, no mind.
Very well. You'll have to forgive me if I sound exhausted. I've only just returned from a long journey last night, and there is much to discuss with regards to your official recognition by the town of Mokni, as well as what little I have discovered in regards to this Julius and his wife Nathania. I will endeavour to make this brief. Oh, you likely have other places to be and other people to meet, as do I. While I've been on leave to Kingston, Foldred has granted me use of his sending spell to keep in contact with the town, with those who took the lead in my stead. Well, with that came glowing recommendations from the 2 whose trust I keep closest to me. You'll remember, Balthazar, that we discussed representation in an official capacity last time we gathered in this room.
Indeed.
I mean,
Though I
actually, that was
believe
Siren, but
that was...
Oh no,
Yeah.
yes, that was Siren, sorry.
Yeah, Motion. I believe that is much of the great doing with my sister here.
Ah, yes,
Gesture
yes.
to his right.
You're right, yes. Though
Siren gives a big old smile.
I do have, though I have the words of my 2 closest allies, my concern is, do I have yours, Blackhand? Will you serve as a shining representation of Mokni out there in the world?
Of course. We're here to make useful allies.
Indeed.
Short,
Can we...
short-term pain and burning bridges will do us no good.
Indeed. So can we count on you to portray this town in a positive light in doing your duties? Will you serve to the best of your interest of Mokni as well as Mayland?
I certainly believe so.
It is certainly
Recently,
something we
I've-
will endeavor to do.
Good, good.
Mm.
I should hope you know that with official recognition comes a great degree of responsibility. Your band of mercenaries will be required to act to protect Mokni at a moment's notice should it be necessary. Much like the night of the attack on the docks. You will also be required to carry out dangerous tasks for the betterment of the surrounding lands, should the situation call for it. And if it is in Mokni's best interest.
And Sao just lightly speaks up. I don't see how much more dangerous it could be than stopping a bone cracking in your harbor.
Quite right. With official recognition comes the status of, how would you say it? Another arm of Mokni's governing bodies. You would be an effective striking force, not quite to the level of status as the Town Guard, nor the shadowy workings of Sean's compatriots, whomever they may be. You You would still be beholden to the laws of the town and any settlements that you may journey in your travels. But... Oh, sorry, that was my cat. But the...
Man, what an adorable cat.
But
Cat.
the
Sorry.
seal of Morkney will undoubtedly earn you as much respect and cadence.
Balthazar will just look to both ends of the table, kind of looking for approval from his friends.
Sal just lightly nods.
Siren's
Just
gonna
gives a look of not
I'm
any of
gonna-
my business how you run your group.
Siren's gonna lean forward. So he said represent Port Morkney as a whole, and as a, I think you said shining beacon. What if the situation calls for us to represent the force of Port Morkney, more so than the stellar reputation? What if we better serve Port Morkney as the hammer rather than the olive branch?
That would be entirely up to the governing bodies of Port Morkney, whether you act as an olive branch or a hammer. It depends on the situation.
And if the situation doesn't allow for such deliberation, are we allowed the autonomy to act on Port Morkney's behalf?
Should the situation call for a more direct approach, a hammer, if you will, then you would definitely have the autonomy to do so. However, if it would require more diplomatic efforts, then we would prefer a more controlled approach.
I'm gonna lean back with like a smile, like a not smug but satisfied smile, and like nod to Balthazar. As I'm sure you know, Balthazar and I are quite adept at being both diplomatic and the hammer.
So
And
I've
she
heard.
gives, and she gives an agreeing nod to Balthazar, as if to say, I am fine with this now.
Perfect. He'll give a silent nod back.
And Leosa says, very well, we are at an agreement here. And so it is with that I present you with these. And with that, Leosa takes out what looks like a polished wooden box, kind of trimmed with silver. She opens it, kind of towards you. And the inside is kind of lined with a deep red velvet. Inside are 6 bright, shiny silver brooches, each depicting a set of scales in the form of a simple sextant. Underneath is the kind of inscription of a galleon, engraved around the circular rim, beautifully formed filigree patterns. And she kind of slides the box over the table to you all. One moment.
Ooh.
Quick out of character question. This whole discussion has been about the Black Hand being the
Mhm.
representatives.
Yes. And you've not. You've not. I don't think you've established that you're not one of the Black Hand.
Yes, that would be the next point of order. I imagine everyone's going to be taking them, but Vel's going to sort of be looking at the number and directing his attention towards the head of the table.
Yeah, Siren did notice that there were 6. So she, upon seeing that, is going to, 1, she's going to take one of the brooches for herself, but 2, she's going to lift up the spare and says, as it stands, Vellum, and she points to the half-orc at the end of the table, is not associated with the Black Hand and is merely a it's not
Employer.
employee. Oh yeah, it's merely a employer of us in a mercenary capacity as bodyguards. So he would not fall under the purview of the agreement we made.
Ah, very well.
Nod.
Seem I was mistaken. Oh,
And Siren kind of, it's like, sorry to interrupt. Siren looks at Vellum like, though you could be an official defender of Port Morkney just outside of the association with the Black Hand.
I'm
It
fine where
would
I
be
am.
more.
Okay.
It's entirely possible, yes.
And Siren just shrugs and puts the last one back in the box.
Very well.
I appreciate the sentiment, but I'm fine as I am, unaffiliated.
Understood. These brooches represent a seal of authority granted to you by the governing body of Morkney. Identification that you serve a special role for the town. It is with confidence and the confidence of my allies that I might trust in the Black Hand to serve Morkney's best interests. Your skill sets will be a valuable asset in our endeavours, to the benefit of Mayland for the foreseeable future.
I believe you will find it to be a wise choice to count us as a friend. And an even wiser one to see us as a reliable... As he kind of adjusts the pin that he's already putting on. A reliable employee.
She gives a nod of respect. She says, which brings us to our second item of business. It would be improper of me not to inform you about what I've discovered of this Julius and Nathania. You are all as privy to this information as I am.
Very well.
The information I've managed to gather from the Heritage Archives are scant at the best of times. However, I've managed to find a few things regarding their origins. There is a certain individual named Julius on their records, born within the Carthan Commonwealth, grew up to a wealthy family in Ensreach. At some
But
point,
let me guess. He is not a prized child, you say. Not one that grew up to be one of the society's finest.
He indeed seemed to have a troubled childhood at best. At some point, he moved south to Blackridge and gained lordship. He resided there for 30 years before he disappeared. Apparently, some say it was slaughtered by a hired assassin by a rival house. How he returned as Julius, you and Sean fought together is unknown to me at best. If I'm to take a guess, given what we know about the group he was recently affiliated with, it's possible he was resurrected somehow. But that's simply me filling in the blanks. We would need more information in that regard.
Would explain his pale look.
So I'm told.
And this just means we'll have to deal with him again, seeing as we killed him. At least we thought we did.
I mean, he didn't have a head
Joy.
when he left.
Yeah, but necromancy's weird.
Hmm.
Which brings us to our to our other figure here, Nathania. She is a more curious specimen. There's very little I could find regarding her earlier life except where she was born. Nathania doesn't appear to be her birth name either. Her true name I was unable to find, but she was born in the temple city of Mulatos in the Tahosian dynasty. She was adopted by a wealthy family from Dunmeril. But the record stops there. Almost as if she and her family disappeared altogether.
Interesting.
I give you all this information because this is where you come in, Blackhand. Hang on, my cat's scratching something.
Cat scratch fever.
You should probably not bring your cats to important meetings.
She's
Don't need
quite
your sass.
Cats will just go.
she's quite the rambunctious little furball, isn't she? Anyway, this is where you come in, Blackhand. Your first assignment as our strike team, if you will, is to seek out as much information about these two people as you can. I believe Agent Sean also has a mission for you if you desire to stretch your new limb, so to speak.
I think we could definitely consider the mission at the very least. We have a few here who are exceptionally good at connaissance. Gonna glance to Nero.
Very well. Sean, if you please. No, that Sean kind of steps forward. Due to the nature of this mission, the less questions asked, the better. But to put it in its most simple briefing, the people I work for, the organisations they're partnered with, have combined interests in many things. We trade information for information, sometimes information for action. The organisation we're partnered with wants an asset retrieved for them. Last we saw, the asset was in Dune Hollow Citadel, to the northern point of Mayland. We've already sent word to our contacts within the Citadel to gather leads about the whereabouts of this asset's location. They're capable of handling themselves, but the extra muscle could be appreciated, and you'll be compensated for such a mission as well. Sure, they'd fully win if you were to make contact with them.
All right.
Look to Nero. Maybe hiding, tucked down somewhere. I have no idea how her posture is, but I'm gonna glance around and kind of just stare at her.
Yeah?
You feel that you'd be comfortable taking these kind of jobs? They would require a large amount of teamwork.
Well, I didn't take that. So,
Broke up for a second for me.
yeah, I can take these. Why it would be an issue?
We wanted to be certain before we gave our word.
Let's give them the word.
Very well. if we could get a small, perhaps little checklist of the important things you would like us to go through, loot, meet, beware, the basics. We'd happily look into these matters for you.
Very well. I'll have a list written up for you, delivered to you. Shouldn't be too much. Simply involves getting over to Dunalo and looking for a bald gentleman with a jewel on his forehead. If you're willing to take up this mission, simply tell him a little sparrow told you where to find him. He'll know what you mean.
Bald gentleman. Sorry, the rest kind of broke up. Microphone noise gate
The
cutting
jewel
off.
in
or
his
something.
forehead.
Yeah, a bald gentleman with a jewel on his forehead, and tell him
Oh, okay.
a little sparrow told you where to find him.
Ah, perfect. Very well.
Fortunately, that's all I can say for the moment.
Understandable.
We will meet with your contact then, and we'll see what they have to say.
Very well, very well. If you need travel plans to Dunalo, just you can find me back at the fortress here. I'll make some plans for you.
One thing I would like personally is a map layout of the nearby land areas.
Don't we already have a map on a character?
I could have
I mean,
I could have sworn that I gave you a map of Malin stuck in a fortress bag, didn't I?
Mm-hmm.
you did,
Did you
but I
manage to
need
find it?
a more detailed local map for the area ahead.
Of Dunalo, or
Yes.
right? I'm sure if you speak to some of the locals in Dunalo, they can probably direct you to where to find a map of the place.
Is there any other matters that we need to discuss then? Just kind of gonna look to the mayor.
Lisa says, "I'm afraid that's his very brief." I'm just trying to look for the word.
Summary?
Very brief rundown of the matters at hand. Yes.
And
It
as
seems that we're all in agreement.
Mhm.
Kind of turns to Siren as she started to speak.
As now representatives of Port Morkney, do we receive appropriate armaments, equipment therein? Will we, in need of departure, will we be granted horses?
Of
or-
course. My friend Sean here just he did suggest that you would be provided with horses should you wish to depart Morkney.
Okay. And I think that will do it for all of us. Unless, and I look around, offering anyone the table. Like,
Only a brief mention. The lighthouse as occupational area for us?
Well, yes, construction has begun on the lighthouse. Yes, it may take some time. It's a fairly lengthy process. Restoring this lighthouse to its original glory. Unfortunately, it may take some months.
Mostly curious on the progress so far. And she sort of smiles in a odd way.
Progress of what exactly? Do you have something in mind that you wanted to add to the lighthouse, or?
Nothing in particular. Just wondering about the... Oh, it's nothing. And she sort of brushes it off.
Very well. Looks like we are done here. I'm sure we have other matters to attend to.
Mm-hmm.
Fantastic. I'm glad we were able to get this resolved.
As am I.
And I'm glad you were able to give us this esteemed position.
Mm-hmm.
And with
Yeah,
that,
happy. Yes.
Oh.
Oh, I was just gonna do some more, flowery diplomatic speech. Don't worry about it.
yeah.
Brown nosing.
I mean, not that. Just like we're happy to yada yada yada. So go, continue.
So, you were all eventually kind of led out of the fortress by Captain Thorn. You are left to your own devices on the streets of Port Morkney.
And do we leave it there? Seems like a good point.
I think it's best, otherwise we're gonna go overtime again.
Yeah, we're already an hour over.
Yeah.
Yay, we got so much done.
So, congrats, you've got
Hell yeah.
official recognition in Port Morkney as
Yeah.
their hammer and their olive branch.
Good job, you guys.
Go team.
Thanks. Just a suggestion, though. Maybe be part of you guys next time.
Hey man, it's not his business. Plus,
So-
if he's tied to a city, it kind of spells trouble, so. Anyway, good times all around.
My bad.
It was fun today.
Yeah, I'm surprised how much roleplay we got done, considering this was meant to be like a get shit done session.
Yeah, we got
So we
shit
did
done, but
get-
we also got character progression.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Also, question: were there other images to be looking at in this session? Because I've been staring at the title screen all session.
Yep, about 1 billion.
Nope, well, I saw none of them.
Oh,
Alright.
well, shit.
maybe.
Oh, I didn't know it was happening
Maybe
at first. It's
refre-
just like not
maybe
really much
refreshing
was
might
going on.
fix.
We're just doing roles and role playing stuff, and I didn't think it was actually shifting scenes.
I mean, did you not talk about we
I mean, you meant
specifically mentioned the background
you
multiple
mentioned
times.
about the Skyrim or whatever and the breads and stuff. And I'm like, is that this one? Oh, I guess there's been maps going on. So I saw none of them.
Oh no.
Oh no.
It's okay, Janer. I'm sure they were lovely. And
Yeah,
everyone
they
else
were.
got to see them. It was just me that missed out.
It's alright, it happens.
Well, you were off getting horses, so
I was doing all sorts of
Yeah.
things. All sorts of things.
And making all sorts of things.
Yes, lots of things.
Alright.
Me and my 17 AC now.
Now I have to make this fucking pistol a packed weapon.
Can you even do that? Do you have the ranged weapon one?
I have the enhanced thing, but it does limit to bows and shit, so I don't think I can actually do it with a pistol.
You need the Pact of the Firearm, which requires that you have Pact of the Blade, I believe.
So, do you want to do Skittles, or is it more, too kind of chill of a session to?
I have one Skittle.
I
have one
I don't
Skittle.
really have any skills to do.
It's the green skill.
So who wants to go first?
I have one Skittle, and it's one I've been meaning to say for a while, actually, since I've noticed it happens a lot. If you can see a cut-off point where we can stop, do it
Yeah.
when we're
We can
near
stop.
or over time.
Don't forget about the recording.
Oh right.
Yeah, and as nice as it is to sort of find a narrative point to end on, it's not always going to be possible. Otherwise we end up like this, where it's like an hour over. Actually, somebody else go, because I had a thing, but then I completely forgot it. What was I going to say?
Good session. It was cool. Nothing really bad to mention. You did well.
Well,
Like,
okay.
it's just a decent session. Like,
No, I remember.
Good session.
yeah.
Yeah.
You are really good at making characters have pull, like to draw in attention and such. Because I mean, obviously not just in this case, but I'm using it as an example. In the Darla stuff, I was just gonna be treated as like, oh well, he made a new friend, and cool, maybe they'll meet again someday or something. But then you went and pulled that weird Rose bit, and it's just like, well, shit. Now I gotta find out more. What was that about? And it just sort of changed Velem's entire sort of day. It's just like, okay, well, got shit to do, but gotta get rid of this hangover, and that's playing in the back of my head. So he's off doing things, but also thinking about other stuff, and then it sort of turned more into actively seeking her out to say goodbye, and it was all this whole thing that came from just an initial pulling moment of a character. So then, obviously, that's an example of it, not the only usage of it, but you write characters really well to make them compelling, even
Yeah.
if they're minor.
Hmm.
Yeah. You did alright with the fast forwarding. It was a little hildy-pildy back and forth, but that's only because Nero was
Yeah.
so late. Which is fine and understandable. It's just like, obviously, we had to rewind a bit to sort of go along the timeline from her perspective, and that started conversations with other characters. So that's the only reason that was a bit off. But yeah, managed it well besides that. But yeah, good session.
Yes,
Now, on that
sorry.
note, I am going.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
So, you guys have